All right, good morning. This is the June 8th Charter Schools Review Board meeting. I am going to take roll. Stephen Gay. Bruce Friend.
Here.
Rita Hare. Okay, she just stepped out.
Was here.
Hilda Parlay. Todd Godby.
Here.
Eric Sanchez.
Here.
Shelley Shope. I think she's online, right?
She just said yes.
Okay. John Eldridge.
Here.
Linda Lynn Cacadelis. Okay. Eric Gucan. Gerald McNair.
Here.
Jeremy Wall.
Here.
Okay. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Slogue, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the June meeting of the Charter School Review Board, both those that are present here in the room with us in Raleigh, as well as those listening across the state of North Carolina. Let's begin this morning's meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance and a salute to the NC flag. It all falls apart when Hilda's not here.
It was close.
It's close. Well, again, good morning, everyone. Special thanks to Ashley and your team, as always, for putting our agenda together, all the documentation that has to be collected, the information that's shared. We really do appreciate it. It helps us with our preparation for today's meeting. First item is the reading of the ethics statement and the mission. Board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of the review board. Does any member of the review board know of any conflict of interest or any appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us at this meeting? If so, please state them for the record. If during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the attention of the chair. It'll then be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. The Charter Schools Review Board's mission reads as follows. The Charter Schools Review Board works to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in North Carolina. Again, thank you for the office for putting together today's agenda. Hopefully board members have had a chance to review the agenda and the accompanying documents that are in e-board. Can I get a motion to approve today's agenda?
I'll make that motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Passes unanimously. We also have the meeting minutes from our May 2026 meeting. Hopefully you've had a chance to review those as well. Again, they are on e-board. Can I have a motion to approve the May meeting minutes?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Motion and a second. Any discussion? All right. Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Passes unanimously. With that, we're going to head right on in. And our first presentation this morning is from Ryan Collins, Deputy General Counsel for the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction on rulemaking. Good morning, sir.
Morning. Good morning, Chairman Friend and members of the board. As Chairman Friend said, my name is Ryan Collins. I serve as the Deputy General Counsel for the State Board of Education and the Department of Public Instruction. I also serve as the rulemaking coordinator for the State Board. That is the statutory title. It is not one that I just made up, although other people have been fascinated by it in the past. So Ms. Logue had asked me to come in today to speak with you all about rulemaking, which I know sounds like an incredibly scintillating topic, but I just ask that you keep your excitement in check for now, because this is a very important topic, and this board has an important role to play in that process as it pertains to charter schools. So I'm going to provide a little bit of background later in the presentation, but just to set the stage a little bit for the folks here, the State Board of Education has historically relied on the creation and implementation of its policy manual to carry out its constitutional duty to supervise and administer the free public school system in North Carolina. And you are likely familiar with many of these policies if you worked in the public schools or from your time on this board. And so typically the state board would discuss those policies and adopt them in accordance with its own rules and procedures, just like any other governing board, often on the recommendation of the professional staff here at DPI. However, back in 2018, there was a case called North Carolina State Board of Education v. State of North Carolina, in which the North Carolina Supreme Court held that many of those policies were subject to the requirements of rulemaking as outlined in the North Carolina Administrative Procedure Act, or APA, which is codified at Chapter 150B, Article 2A of the General Statutes. So if we can go back to the previous slide, just the presentation overview, I want to give a quick recap of what we're going to talk about today. First, I'm just going to talk about the APA, how it's structured, and how it affects this process. Then I'm going to be talking about what a rule actually is, and then the history of rulemaking with the State Board of Education, the basic outline of the procedures for how a rule is adopted, and then we'll close out with the role of this board in rulemaking. So if we can go to the APA overview slide. So for those of you that are not familiar, the APA is a statutory scheme that governs administrative agencies, which includes departments within the executive branch, such as the Department of Health and Human Services, the Department of Environmental Quality, as well as occupational licensing boards and a variety of other government entities. If you're someone that follows the federal courts, you likely know that courts often strike down actions by executive branch agencies in the federal government, not necessarily based on the substance of the intended action, but based on the grounds that they didn't follow the procedures that are set forth in the federal APA. So following procedures is very important because oftentimes things can get, actions by the government at the state or federal level can fall short because they didn't follow the proper procedures in carrying those out. Next slide, please. So just a quick breakdown of the components of the APA. The one, general provisions, things like the policy and scope, definitions. Article 2A is where the current rulemaking process is codified. 3 discusses administrative hearings, so that's what the Office of Administrative Hearings, which is the federal entity that handles disputes between agencies and the people that they regulate. That's how they can seek administrative review of agency decisions through the Office of Administrative Hearings. It outlines that process. So with DPI and the State Board of Education, the most common types of cases we see here are things pertaining to teacher licensure. So if the superintendent seeks to revoke a teacher's license, say based on allegations of professional misconduct, they could seek review of that decision in OAH. There could be other circumstances in which that comes into place, but licensure is one of those most common areas because it is one of the most common property interests that's implicated under the DPI's authority. Do want to note that the APA does favor informal resolutions of disputes, and so a lot of those disputes try to be resolved through internal agency procedures that are set up within entities like the State Board of Education and DPI, and so OAH is really that last level of resort if they can't be resolved through those informal procedures. Article 3A, this is other administrative hearings. This is a more limited set of procedures and a limited set of cases. Typically applies to things like occupational licensing boards, as well as the Department of Insurance. So we don't work in that space too often, but it is another set of procedures. And then lastly, Article 4, this is judicial review. So in the event that a person gets an unfavorable outcome or not the outcome they wanted in OAH, they can seek judicial review, and then it goes up into Superior Court and on up through our usual court structure. So that is a brief overview of the APA, and then I want to spend some time talking about what a rule is. So this is the statutory definition of a rule from GS 150B-28A. And a rule is defined as any agency, regulation, standard, or statement of general applicability that implements or interprets an enactment of the General Assembly or Congress, or regulation adopted by a federal agency, or that describes the procedure or practice requirements of an agency, and that directly or substantially affects the procedural or substantive rights or duties of a person not employed by the agency or group of agencies. So basically, under this definition, a rule is required whenever an agency is requiring or restricting certain conduct by parties that are not employees of that agency. So it doesn't apply to internal policies of an agency to their employees, but it does apply to the folks outside the agency that those agencies purport to regulate. And so for purposes of the State Board and DPI, folks that could be impacted by a rule include students, a parent, public school units, the local boards of education, a charter school, or other parties over which the state board or DPI have authority to do something. The rules are also what give state board policies under this Supreme Court precedent the force of law and makes them enforceable in administrative units like OAH or in state or federal courts. So that just gives you a little bit of sense of why those are important. As I said, it does not apply to any statements that concern only internal management of an agency, such as policies and procedures manuals, if they don't substantially affect the procedural or substantive rights or duties of folks outside of the agency. There's also a number of other exceptions that are listed in the definition of a rule that I'm not going to get into today, such as agency budgets or budget policies, or job qualifications for folks that are applying for jobs within state or local governments. So if you're interested, you can go back and look at the full list of exceptions, but I didn't want to dwell too much on that today. So as you see here, a rule simplified, at least within this context, it's simply a policy that in whole or in part is subject not only to the approval, in the case of public education policies, the State Board of Education, but also the statutory requirements of Article 2A of the Administrative Procedure Act. And I'm going to go into more detail about what those requirements look like differently. One thing I will note is that rules may sometimes be formatted a little bit differently and include some technical differences that are required by law or the Rules Review Commission's formatting requirements, but the end goal is ultimately the same, which is to implement some kind of regulation. So if we can go to the next slide. So as I said, documents or statements concerning only the internal management of the State Board of DPI are not required to be adopted as rules. For example, internal delegations of authority from the State Board to the Superintendent of Public Instruction or other staff within the agency can be accomplished through the State Board's policies. So licensure, as I mentioned earlier, is a prime example. Under state law, the State Board is the entity responsible for licensing teachers, but the State Board has by policy delegated that responsibility down to the superintendent and to the staff within DPI. So notwithstanding that need for rule in some of those circumstances, the State Board has kept a process of having a corresponding policy because it does often contain that comprehensive statement of law that includes both the rule, the statute, any relevant statutes, as well as internal delegations of authority. And so, as noted above, a rule is just a policy that has passed through the statutory requirements of the APA. Moreover, our DPI employees, public school units, and the public we want to make sure that they can still rely on State Board policies as a reliable source of rules and regulations governing the North Carolina public school system as they historically have. We just want to make sure that those policies are also being backed up by a rule that has been adopted through the usual procedures. So the analogy that I have been using, which many of you may be familiar with from high school geometry or from probably third grade geometry, which is that policies, the relationship between policies and rules is like a square and a rectangle. Every policy or every rule is going to have a corresponding policy in our State Board manual, but not necessarily every policy is going to have a rule if it is not, it doesn't meet the definition of a rule. So, just taking my notes here. Yeah. All right. So next slide, please. So again, just to give you an example, this is an example of one of the top statement here is a segment, an excerpt from one of our current State Board rules related to the process for imposing professional disciplinary sanctions on a teacher, such as revoking or suspending their license. And then the one below that is the corresponding statement from the policy manual. And so as you can see there, the rule has that authority with the State Board, and the policy has delegated that to the superintendent. So you can see how that might look a little bit different. All right, next slide, please. And if there are questions along the way, I'm sure there may be questions at the end, but if there are questions along the way, I'm happy to take those as well. So going into the history of the rulemaking by the State Board of Education that I alluded to earlier, going into just starting with the constitutional framework, which is always an important place to start. So you all are familiar with the quote that is right above the chairman's head behind you, which is the constitutional right to education in North Carolina. Under Article 9, and that's in Article 1 of the Constitution, Article 9 sets forth the responsibilities of the State Board of Education, which is to supervise and administer the free public school system and the educational funds provided for its support, and make all needed rules and regulations in relation thereto, subject to laws enacted by the General Assembly. So that is where the State Board derives its rulemaking authority in this space, which is a little bit different from a lot of other administrative agencies that are largely creatures of statute. And so that's what makes sort of the framework that led up to the Supreme Court litigation that followed. Next slide, please. And so to that point, about a decade ago, the State Board found itself in a legal dispute with the General Assembly, as well as the Rules Review Commission. And really the central question in that case was whether the State Board policies could be subject to the rulemaking process in Article 2A of the APA. And the concern was whether really the central concern of what it came down to was the role of the Rules Review Commission, or RRC, which is a legislative appointed body that reviews and gives final approval to agency rules based on a discrete set of criteria that I'm going to explain later when I talk about the rulemaking process. And so the State Board's argument in that case was that because it was not a traditional agency, but a distinct constitutional entity outside of the executive branch, that it should not be subject to this review process. That case ended up all the way at the North Carolina Supreme Court, which in 2018 held that those certain rules and regulations that met that statutory definition of a rule must be adopted in accordance with the APA and were subject to review by the Rules Review Commission. So you have the statutory citation, or the case citation there on the screen if you're interested in reading that later. But again, other rules and regulations, including those governing the relationship between the State Board and the Superintendent of Public Instruction, can continue to be adopted in accordance with State Board rules of procedures. That was actually a question in a separate but related case, but that was clarified by the court as well. And so much of my work as rulemaking coordinator since joining the Office of General Counsel has been focused on bringing the State Board into compliance with that decision. That has been a lot of work, in part because the scope and the complexity of policies governing public education, as I'm sure you all can appreciate, are quite complex. But we've been making steady progress and hope to get there eventually. So with that background, I want to talk about the procedures for adopting a rule, and again, just to give you all some context about how long and complex this process is and why it often takes more time than people would expect. So simplified, typically with the way the State Board handles its process is that it will consider a proposed rule across two of its regularly scheduled meetings before submitting those for public comment. Once it votes to submit a rule for public comment, then it's published in the North Carolina Register. So the North Carolina Register is published twice per month, on the 1st and the 15th of the month, or if either of those days falls on a weekend or a holiday, it is published on the next business day. So even once the State Board adopts it, it usually takes a couple more weeks before it's actually published. Proposes the rule, once the State Board proposes the rule, it usually takes a couple more weeks before it's actually published in the Register. Once it is published in the Register, next slide please, then public comments have to be accepted for at least 60 days from publication in the Register. Through the usual rulemaking process, public hearings are optional. They're not required, but they are optional, and oftentimes that's discretionary, kind of depending on how controversial the rule is anticipated to be. State Board then reviews public comments and considers amendments to the rules based on those comments. And next slide, please. And then finally, once that public comment period has ended, the State Board votes and adopts the final rule and then submits it to the Rules Review Commission. The Rules Review Commission then approves or objects to the final rule based on a set of criteria. And so one thing that's important to note is that the Rules Review Commission, and this was kind of critical to the Supreme Court's analysis in that lawsuit, which is that the Rules Review Commission does not evaluate the efficacy or quality of a rule. Their review is limited to just a set of criteria. One was is the rule within the authority that's delegated to the agency by the General Assembly? Is the rule clear and unambiguous? Is the rule reasonably necessary to implement or interpret an enactment of the General Assembly or Congress or a regulation by a federal agency? And then lastly, was the rule adopted in accordance with these procedures as set forth in the APA? And then if a majority of the RRC concludes that one or more of those criteria has not been met, it can object to the rule. And of course, the agency can then seek judicial review of that decision in Superior Court. So once the Rules Review Commission has approved the rule, then the Codifier of Rules, which is a much cooler title than mine, if you ask me, publishes the rule in the North Carolina Administrative Code. And so that whole process can typically take anywhere from 5 to 6 months or longer, just based on the way that these timelines tend to play out. So unfortunately, it is a time-consuming process, but it is an important one to make sure the public has notice and that these rules are written as well and accurately as possible. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to talk a whole lot about fiscal notes because other than to say that they are a beast to write, especially if you're not a finance person, which I am not. It can also be, in my opinion, much harder to measure the economic impact of education policies compared to, say, environmental regulations, which are where these are a lot more common and heavily scrutinized. But I did just want to highlight them because they are something that can be a critical part of this process. So when these are required, the agency has to approve and publish the fiscal note in connection with publishing the rule in the North Carolina Register. And depending on which of these criteria on the screen are met, which I'll talk about in a moment, the agency may also have to submit it to the Office of State Budget and Management, the Fiscal Research Division of the General Assembly, the North Carolina League of Municipalities, or the North Carolina Association of County Commissions. And so the criteria that you see on the screen here, these are also set forth in Article 2A that defines circumstances in which a fiscal note is required. And so, one, if the rule would require the expenditure or distribution of funds that are subject to the State Budget Act, in other words, distribution of state funds. The rule would affect this expenditure or revenues of a unit of local government, such as a county commission or a city council. Or the rule would have a substantial economic impact that is not identical to a federal regulation that the agency is required to adopt. And so this definition actually changed a couple of years ago. The legislature updated the law, and now a substantial economic impact is an aggregate financial impact on all persons affected of at least $1 million over a 5-year period. So I will say that it seems, just based on my experience, it seems unlikely that many of the rules that this board would be considering would meet one of those criteria. But again, it's just a question that has to be considered and researched on a case-by-case basis. And so I wanted to make sure that you all were aware that this was a part of this process. Next slide, please. And then briefly, so what I just went through was what we call permanent rules. And so these are the rules that once they go in the code, they stay there until they are repealed or amended, or they undergo the periodic review process, which is a process that requires agencies to revisit their rules every 10 years. But there are 2 other types of rules that could come into play here. One are temporary rules, and these can be adopted under limited circumstances, such as a recent enactment of the General Assembly. That's the most common trigger for a temporary rule. They're adopted on an abbreviated timeline that has fewer requirements than the ones that I just outlined. They do require a public hearing because they are being adopted more quickly, and they are good for 270 days or until they are replaced with a permanent rule. We also have emergency rules, which can be adopted to address, quote, a serious and unforeseen threat to the public health or safety, or when the General Assembly directs an agency to adopt an emergency rule, which has happened to the State Board before. And can be adopted without required prior notice or hearing, and it also requires the agency to simultaneously initiate the process to adopt a temporary rule. Again, these are uncommon, not likely something that this board would be dealing with. I think these most often come up in, say, health emergencies or things like that, probably COVID. There were probably some emergency rules that got implemented during that time period. And again, but while the State Board does sometimes do temporary rules, these are not common just because we don't typically want to disrupt education policy in the middle of a school year. Though sometimes legislative enactments, and depending on how a piece of legislation is worded, it might require quicker action. And so, next slide, please. And then the last topic I want to talk about today is the role of this board in the rulemaking process. And if we go to the next slide. So GS 115C-218 subsection 10, subdivision A, sets forth the responsibilities of the CSRB with rulemaking, and that is to propose, recommend, and approve rules and policies regarding all aspects of charter school operations, including timelines, processes, standards, and criteria for acceptance and approval of applications, monitoring of charter schools, and grounds for revocation of charters. Rules that are recommended by the CSRB then go to the State Board of Education for approval. So if you think about the flow chart that I went through earlier, you can sort of think about CSRB's role as a step 0 that comes before all the rest of that when it comes to rules regarding charter schools. So, and again, Ms. Logue had asked me to come forward and talk about this topic because I think this is something that the CSRB is going to start looking at in the near future. And typically what happens with the State Board's process and other areas of rulemaking, staff within the agency will draft rule or policy recommendations and bring it to the State Board for their consideration. And so for rules regarding charter schools, that may likely be where a lot of y'all's work begins. Whether that is coming from the Office of Charter Schools, there may be other agencies that have specialized knowledge in certain areas that may be bringing forth rules for consideration. this board can set up its own internal procedures for how it wants to review those rules and consider the ones that it recommends to the state board. Discussing that over multiple meetings, providing feedback to staff, those procedures are really up to this board and thinking about how they want to set up that process. And of course, the board is free to initiate its own particular rules that it wants examined, and the Office of Charter School Staff, I think, is presumably prepared to do the necessary research on that. We'll note that sometimes the General Assembly will enact very specific legislation that directs the state board to adopt a rule, and sometimes it will be very specific about what must be in that rule. And so there's sometimes things, if you were looking at school nurses, for example, there was a recent rule about that where the legislation was very prescriptive about what needed to be in that rule. And so in those cases, this board and the state board would have more limited discretion. So as the rulemaking coordinator for the state board, I try to be involved in early stages of the rulemaking process just to make sure that we are following those procedures that are outlined in the APA, and also that the rules are being drafted in such a way that they are more likely to obtain RSC approval. I've been dealing with them for a while. I know what they look for. I know the types of things that they tend to object to. And so I try to support the staff and the agency to make sure that they can accomplish what they're seeking to accomplish with minimal pushback from the agents, from Rules Review Commission. And so that would be sort of my role in this process, is supporting Ms. Logue's staff and this group and making sure that the rules that are coming through are written in that way. I try not to be I'm not the policy decision maker, but I'm just the one that helps get it to that point. One thing that I forgot to mention earlier when I was talking about the background of the APA is that, interestingly, if you look in that, there's a long list of exceptions of certain agencies or certain decisions by agencies that are exempt from the APA. One of those is the approval process for charter schools. And so what that means is that all of the policies that outline how charter applications are reviewed and approved and things like that, and of course, some of those are very much set out in statute, but all those rules and regulations are actually exempt from that, so they would not have to go through that process, and they would just go through the normal policy-making process. That also means that those decisions can't be challenged in OAH as any other agency decision normally would. That doesn't mean that these rules can't become relevant later on in, say, state or federal litigation. There have, of course, been, over the years, many state and federal cases involving charter schools, just as there have every other kind of litigation, and so these rules still become important in that respect. And then the last slide here, this is a link and the QR code that will take you to the North Carolina Administrative Code, and I believe Ms. Logue included in your materials a copy of the current charter school rules that are on the Administrative Code. Most of the rules that are in the code now were adopted between 2020 and 2022, and we're simply codifying existing state board policies for charter schools as they existed around the time that the state board was responding to the 2018 Supreme Court decision. Of course, there's been a number of changes to the underlying statutory schemes since then, and so those are in need of updating. The first two rules in the series are a little bit different. So they were adopted in the early 2000s. I mentioned earlier that there is this periodic review process that requires agencies to revisit their rules every 10 years to update them, make sure they're still needed, make sure that the authority for them still exists. And so if the agency does not readopt those rules by the deadline agreed with the RRC, then they will expire. And so there are two rules that are on, first two rules in that series are on the list that's set to expire at the end of this month. We've had conversations with Ms. Logue's staff. I have taken a look at those. I think these two are probably of little consequence given their nature and their age. One describes the Charter School Advisory Committee, which is a precursor to this board that is now defunct. And then the other has to do with insurance requirements for charter schools, which I understand those terms are included in the charters themselves. And so really these rules at this point are largely unnecessary. At some point, there may be an interest in revisiting those, but I just wanted to flag that because so you know that those are about to expire, but I don't think there's significant consequences for that. Again, I will just say with the rules that are currently in the books, I haven't read through those in detail, but again, as the rulemaking coordinator for the state board, you tend to learn a lot about different substantive areas of education policy, and so I will, make myself available as work on this moves forward to be able to help navigate that. So that is all I have today. I know that was quite a bit, and think finished in short of my time, but I wanted to make sure we had some time for questions if anyone had anything about what I just shared.
Yeah, so thanks for the presentation. We appreciate that. First time I've actually heard that all the way through to the rules. A couple questions though. The first is has this thing been updated since go back to the slide where it shows the review for rules? I think it's, keep going. Next one. First one. Yeah. So where does the Charter School Review Board fit into when rules are created by the State Board of Education that have to do with charter schools? I don't see that on this slide.
So what I was highlighting there was just the normal rulemaking process that, so most agencies would follow something similar, plug in DHHS for discusses proposed rules. And of course, they have their own internal processes for how they decide how a rule gets proposed. So this was just intended to kind of lay out the general process. But I made the comment earlier that normally they would fit in above that blue box at the top. So you all would discuss and recommend a rule before the state board would take it up for discussion for a proposal. So before it's ever discussed at the state board, this body would take it up and look at it.
And I asked that because I know I was copied on an email that was sent, I believe, to you regarding some rules that have been recently enacted by the State Board of Education. Where does, I think that process has been missed here, or did I miss something?
I'm familiar with the arguments that have been raised in that letter. That's beyond the scope of what I've been asked to present on here today, and I'm not going to talk about that because it raises some legal arguments that I don't think are appropriate to discuss here.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. Very helpful. If you could slide down to slide 21, or the role of the CSRB. I guess I just want to get clarification or hear from you, maybe confirm what I think to be true. So the CSRB does all the things on the slide there. We propose, we recommend, we adopt rules, policies, we handle the timeliness, the timelines, the processes. At the end of the day, we decide whether or not we're going to grant a board a charter school or not. And legislation from a couple of years ago makes us the single authorizer, with the state board being the appellate if the board is not pleased with the decision we've made, whether it has to do with granting them a charter or the renewal timeline. I want to be clear what I thought I heard you say. So when it comes to things such as the timelines for applicants, the processes they go through, that we put them through in with partnership with the Office of Charter Schools, if we wanted to change that and create a new timeline or a new or different type of process, did I hear you say that would have to go to the state board for approval?
When we're talking about enforcing state board policies, then if you're talking about policies that governing charter schools, then as I understand the law, that is how it's written. I don't want to get too into the specifics of how we interpret those different aspects of it today, but that is my understanding because the law speaks to rules and policies, with the distinction between the two falling on that line that I talked about earlier, which is that rules have to. And again, for the approval process, as I understand the APA, and I'd have to dig into the specifics of it, as I understand it, those are not subject to the APA, and so they don't have to go through that normal rulemaking process. But there would still be the internal process with the state relationship between the state board and the CSRB in terms of that. Now, I know that certain things are outlined very clearly in law in terms of when charters are granted and things like that. So it would depend on how much of that is following what's written in statute versus sort of the discretionary aspects of the approval process.
Okay, thank you. Other questions the members have?
Yes, sir. This is Rita Hare. You're Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Sorry, I missed that intro.
That's right.
Who are the members of the Rules Commission, the Rules Review Commission, and how are they selected?
They're appointed by the General Assembly, I think half and half, the House and the Senate. I can't remember exactly, but they're legislatively appointed, and you can look up their current membership online.
Do you know, are those 4-year terms, and do you know the number of members?
Not off the top of my head,
Okay.
but it's all, like I said, it's all set out in statute. And they have staff attorneys similar to myself that do the first line of review of their policies, and those staff attorneys will make recommendations to the Rules Review Commission in terms of that, because they, like I said, they review every rule from every agency, and it's quite a bit of work, and their meetings are usually quite long and lots of material to read, and so they rely a lot, I know, on their staff attorney recommendations. So that's mostly who I interact with, but I have had to go present to them before as well in cases where rules were more contentious.
If today in this meeting is not the place for us to have a greater understanding of the Charter School Review Board, how would that take place? How will we be able to better define our fit into that rulemaking process? You basically said we really couldn't go into that today, but when and where could we?
I don't know that I'm prepared to answer that question. I think that is more of a conversation involving the state superintendent and the state board. I'm just here today to explain the statutory process, as Ms. Logan asked.
Good. Okay. Well, thank you. Covered a lot of ground.
Not a question, just a comment. I'd like to see, as we move forward here, more opportunities for the charter board and the state board to collaborate in the interest of children and educators. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation.
All right. Thank you all, and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Okay, up next, I think we have Dr. Korn. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Better? Yes, thank you, Ashley. So good morning, everybody. So excited to be here. My name is Jenny Korn. I'm the Research Director for Social Sciences at the North Carolina Collaboratory. My first time presenting in front of you all since I've been at the Collaboratory. I was at DPI prior to this as the Director of Research and had an opportunity to come before this board on a number of occasions, and I'm really excited to be back. Because today we are introducing a new proposed partnership between researchers at UNC Chapel Hill, the North Carolina Collaboratory, the Office of Charter Schools, and this board, focused on a Carolina Charter School Research Lab. I'm here with my colleague Doug Lowen from UNC, who's going to be talking about some of the ideas that we've been working on with the Office of Charter Schools. Would love to get input, kind of response on this idea broadly, because it's a multi-year commitment. And so we're going to be in this together with you all and are really interested in making sure that we have the support of the board, that you all understand kind of what the process is, and how we're going to move forward. If we go to the next slide. I'm going to start with just a few minutes about the North Carolina Collaboratory, and then turn it over to Dr. Lowen to talk about the research itself. So the North Carolina Collaboratory was established back in 2016. We are a research funding organization who works in partnership with the legislature to fund research on the most pressing policy problems our state is facing. When the Collaboratory first started, it did a lot of environmental research, which honestly, as an education researcher, I hadn't even heard of them for a number of years, because they focused really on environmental studies, kind of response to disasters like hurricanes. But then during the pandemic, when we actually, when I was at DPI, we partnered with the North Carolina Collaboratory to fund research on the impacts of the pandemic on the K-12 system. And that was really the first time that the Collaboratory got into the educational, kind of education K-12 research space. After I left DPI and transitioned over to the Collaboratory, we started to get more sort of work around focus specifically on kind of policy decisions that are getting made inside K-12. If you go to the next slide. So we've been expanding the work of the Collaboratory. The topic areas we focus on really evolve as the state faces new and interesting challenges. And so I'm responsible for our social sciences research portfolio. So that's everything from like research on public health around the opioid epidemic, or recently we got some language from the legislature that focused some research efforts on the intersection between criminal justice and mental health. Well, prior to this, I think if you go to the next slide, we've got, prior to this, we were given a charge around K-12. The legislature said, this is one of the largest sort of parts of the state budget. There are some consistent public policy questions that as a state that we have. And so they designated $1.5 million recurring to fund research on kind of pressing issues in North Carolina K-12 space. And so as we were setting up this work, a lot of the work that I've done in my previous lives, both here at DPI, when I was at NC State at the Friday Institute, my research has always been grounded in partnerships with practitioners and policymakers. I have a very strong belief that if research is not done to make sure that it's relevant and to the people making decisions every day, for students, for teachers, for principals, then it's kind of just out there a little bit useless. And really the work that I have done has been very much done in partnership with practitioners and policymakers. So that's kind of the approach we're using here, why we're coming to speak with you all, why we're really open to getting input and partnership with charter leaders from all over the state. And so again, today, this is kicking off this conversation with the practitioners and the policymakers in the charter space in North Carolina. So we're, engaging critical stakeholders. We want to propose some ideas around studying what's going on in charter schools all over North Carolina. We know they're supposed to be kind of leading the way from innovation. We're supposed to be learning from things going on in charter so we can share broadly. The department has never really had sort of the capacity built into the Office of Charter Schools to answer questions that you all have as they come up, or charter leaders from around the state. So really trying to provide some external research capacity to answer questions that we know have been sort of bubbling among not just this board, but out in the field. And the other part that I feel like is really important is this idea around building a network. I think it's really important that we provide opportunities for researchers from all over the state, focused on all different topics, to come together and help everybody understand what is currently being studied, what is known, what is not known, because that's how you can kind of focus our research dollars on the most pressing sort of studies not currently being conducted. I also think it's really important to bring the policymakers and the practitioners into those conversations to make sure that what the researchers are studying, the questions they are answering, are important and relevant to decisions you're making in real time. Again, for really with that focus on making schools better for students, for teachers, for families. And then finally, really want to make sure we're sharing results back with you. That'll be a big conversation as we build out this research lab about when are important timelines for you all to get data back, for our charter school leaders to get information. And then this idea of a commitment to trust. Like from the collaboratory standpoint, and working with kind of state level leaders like you all and folks over on Jones Street, is we're not always going to tell you what you want to hear, but we're going to tell you what you need to hear, right? This deep commitment to leading with data and providing information in a timely manner. If you go to the next slide. So we were really fortunate. The legislature committed, this is what I mentioned, $1.5 million recurring to establish the Office of Learning Research at the North Carolina Collaboratory. And it's really about identifying and evaluating sort of programs, activities, initiatives throughout the K-12 system, and providing feedback, again, to the policymaker and practitioners making decisions inside the K-12 ecosystem in our state. If you go to the next slide. So since we were established by the General Assembly in December 2024, we have funded almost $1.5 million studies And you see this kind of long list here of our active projects. You might have heard us, and we're just getting started, making sure, I think if you go to the next slide, we've got the list of K-12 policy priorities. These were developed through a huge number of stakeholder engagement meetings, talking to everybody from kind of legislators, superintendents, state board members, charter leaders, and this is our current list of K-12 policy priorities. And you'll see here, charter school policies and practice is a key, really important question that everybody is interested in. And so we work directly with DPI and with the Office of Charter Schools to come up and discuss this idea, this new idea around a charter school research lab. If you go to the next slide. And so that's what we're kicking off today. Y'all are the first, this hot off the press, y'all are the very first folks to hear about this outside of kind of these internal conversations we've been having with the Office of Charter Schools. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Lowen, he will go through sort of our initial sort of ideas. This gives you some kind of general outlines, and then we'll be here to answer questions.
Thanks, Jenny. It's a pleasure to be here. It's my first time talking to you all. As you probably know, I've worked a bit with Ashley over the past years, and before that, Dave Machado on a project. I'm a professor at UNC Chapel Hill in the Department of Public Policy. I've been here in North Carolina since 2006. And I've been working on policy issues and evaluation projects involving North Carolina schools since that time. I basically started in probably 2008 working on projects related to North Carolina schools. I worked on the Race to the Top evaluation in 2010. Before that, I wrote a dissertation at University of Chicago on public school choice, which was extensive at the high school level in that city at the time, and still is. I've worked on charter school studies funded by the Walton Foundation and the Fordham Foundation, I think starting around 10 years ago. I've worked a lot on early college, high school effects. And that work was funded by the federal government through the Institute of Education Sciences and now the Kauffman Foundation. And then I worked with Jenny and Michael Mayer and others on pandemic learning recovery a few years ago, and a project on high dosage tutoring in Union County that just wrapped up. That was about a 3-year project. So this is kind of what I do. I like to do policy relevant research with a high level of rigor, but also translate my findings so that people can use them and understand them. So with this partnership, what we're proposing is basically a 4-year project where there's many different partners, right? Me as the researcher, the Office of Charter Schools, you all as the Charter School Advisory Board, and the Collaboratory. So I think the idea here is that, many minds will make the work more relevant to charter school operators in the state. And none of this is set in stone, right? So I didn't come up with these research questions. These are research questions that Ashley and Jenny and others developed, and I kind of combined a little bit and made more general in some cases, and in some cases more specific. So let's go to the next slide. So, when I looked at the long list of questions, I sort of put them in buckets, basically. Thinking about questions of effectiveness, of who enrolls, who stays, and what kinds of practices and support services promote student success. So we've got questions about what explains variation in effectiveness across charter schools. When I started here, charter schools were pretty new in the state, right? In 2006, they were only, about 9 years old. And there was a debate at the time, is the charter school cap too low, and things like that. And Race to the Top increased the charter school cap. The question is no longer, are we going to have charter schools? Are we going to have, just 100 charter schools. It's really like, we've got a lot of charter schools, and how are we going to manage the growth and put them in the right place and give them the support that they need? And so all these questions are really focused on that. There's a wide variation of charter schools in this state, as you know. And so I teach students at UNC, and some of them are pro-charter, some of them are anti-charter, and I say, well, what is it exactly that you're against? Because there's a charter school for so many different student populations in this state. So really understanding variation, I think, is key. The second one is really about what kind of students enroll, persist, and complete their course of study in the same charter school. That's one way to put it. And then what kinds of practices and support services promote student success. So obviously these are all very general, so let's get a little more specific about the possible questions that we might ask about effectiveness. So I think one that is kind of top of mind is, how long does it take a charter to become reliably effective? That's a tricky question. Are they good right off the bat? Does it take a few years to get their legs under them? Are there diminishing returns and things like that? Second question, what is the best scale? Is there a point at which school size kind of hurts a charter? Are there returns to scale? Are there charters that are maybe too small? So I think the question of school size may be of interest to you. If it's of interest to you, it's of interest to me. And then there's the question of teacher licensure by law. Charters need to have at least 50% of their teachers licensed, but is it the case that charters with more licensed teachers are more effective than charters with fewer licensed teachers? I think it's an interesting question for folks in the charter school community and also outside the charter school community. And then just generally, what are the practices that most and least effective charters are using, right? Okay, next set of questions are about enrollment. I think there's some concerns about whether there's enough places for students with disabilities in charters. This has been a long time question in charter school research. Is it the case that students with disabilities are less likely to enroll in charter schools in general, or particular types of charter schools? Are they more or less likely to stay in the same charter school? The question of mobility in charter schools is important because there's always a default option for students in charter schools. They can always go back to their neighborhood school. And then there's the question of, kind of the local context. Is it the case that students with higher quality local schools are less likely to go to charters? This has implications for where charter schools open up. I've noticed in my research that, there's certainly, in other states, charter schools are disproportionately low-income populations, and that's, in fact, the opposite here in North Carolina. And then there's the question of older students. So a lot of students start with charter schools in kindergarten and sometimes go through 12th grade. So there's the question of grade spans and things like that when you think about enrollment, persistence, and completion. Okay, next one. And then there's the question of support services, which is a burning one. If we want more economic diversity, how can we provide transportation and nutrition programs? Some charter schools are moving in that direction. Does that have positive impacts on the mix of students in the schools or the success of the students in those schools, especially the success of low-income students? If you have higher family satisfaction from certain groups within the schools, then perhaps there would be less mobility, which might be good for charter schools as well. Okay, last slide. And then there's the question of the academic comparability benchmark. So this is really a question about charter renewal. this isn't necessarily a research question as much as a practice question for the Office of Charter Schools and for your board. So you have a process for establishing academic comparability of the charter school to the schools in the area. And it's on multiple measures. And there's been questions raised about whether that's a stable, valid, and reliable practice. So one option is for us to look at that. Okay. I think that's all I have to say. And just to emphasize, this is not a 4-year research agenda. It's the beginning of a set of questions that may or may not be of interest, and it's something that we're going to revisit every year to find out what is top of mind for your body and for the Office of Charter Schools and the information that the collaboratory is gathering year by year. So that's the approach, is to basically revisit this each year to see what we're going to tackle each year.
Yeah, thank you for this and for the work that you're going to be doing. I know it'll be done well and very thoughtful. I have a couple of questions, maybe more comments, I don't know. I'm going back to the high-level research questions. I guess the first thing that comes to mind is just, how are you defining effectiveness? Like, what explains variations in effectiveness across charter schools? Like, how are you defining an effective charter school? Because I think depending on who you speak with, there's a lot of different measures and inputs. So I'm not looking for you to answer that question today. That just pops to my mind. What makes charter A an effective school and charter B not an effective school? Is it simply the EVOS? Is it growth? Is it proficiency? Or is it, hopefully it's a lot more than just that? So that comes to mind. And then the second question around what kinds of students enroll, persistent, complete in the same charter school. And I think you know this, for a lot of the students, it's not possible to do that because there's a lot of charter schools that are K-5, K-8. So they're not going to complete in the same school. That's just not even a possibility for them. So just,
what I mean
that's
by
just something
complete
that
would be stay in the same school until the end of the grade span.
Okay.
That's how I would.
That's how you're, okay. And then just on the very last piece, I think you've heard us over the years wrestle with this idea of comparability, and, when we're coming up for renewal, and I don't know if you have or not, but, I would encourage you, if you haven't, to maybe speak with Dr. Danielson, who used to be on our board. He's run some different ideas and scenarios around maybe a better way to look at comparison data for charter schools versus just a blanket, this is how they compare against the local LEA, when particularly in larger school districts, one area that LEA can be vastly different than another. So,
Right, and charter schools may come from outside that district. Charter school students from that charter school may come
I
from
think
other
all of us
districts.
that run charter schools would agree with that we have a certain subset of our population that don't even live, shop in the LEA where the school is actually physically located. So
I'm not sure where, first of all, thanks for the presentation. I'm not sure where the two questions I'm going to ask fit into, or if they don't fit into this, where they would fit in. I had the opportunity to attend a investment conference in New York City with regard to charter school bonding and things of that nature. The first speaker that spoke said that this year's kindergarten class is 15% smaller than the senior class. And so I think the landscape for everyone in the charter space, whether you're in North Carolina or your regular public school system, whatever that, to be kind of studying what's the impact of that, along with the fact that most states now are starting to pass vouchers and things of that nature. So there's so much more choice, which is, good for families. But as you're planning a charter school, or if you're someone that used to have 1,000 students and all of a sudden you're looking at 800 because people are using those vouchers, to just to be able to kind of foresee that and what that impact might look like. I don't know where that fits into this, but I think that's something all of us are a little bit interested in, because as you probably know, the last few years that we've approved schools, I don't know, but maybe one of them is opened at or near enrollment targets. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll say I'm really excited. I love these types of research projects. I think they bring a light to a lot of things that we discuss and allow us to go from theory to, tangible evidence about what's working, what's not. I'm curious, I guess, is there any thought about helping us understand the effectiveness or what's working in the virtual world? Has that been given any thought? And then I have one more question.
I mean, so I would say everything's on the table right now. So if that's a big priority, I think in the question, the one about what type of kind of charter environments create success for students, that could certainly be one of the ways that we look at that. But no, really appreciate kind of y'all lifting these questions. And like we said, we're going to continue to come back, continue to work with the Office of Charter Schools, and priorities like that are really important for us to know going in.
Yeah, I just think that investment that we're making, we've got to have something to understand whether or not this is something we should be really, continuing to sink our teeth into, or whether there's different kinds that we should or kinds that we shouldn't. But I think that's really important. I don't know if you had something.
Yeah, and that's, a question of scale is there too, because those are very big schools, right? They're also very different schools. They're not brick and mortar schools, right? And mobility may be higher because, students can come in and out. So comparability is tough, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't mean we shouldn't evaluate it, but it does mean that, trying to, whenever you're trying to evaluate something, you need to ask and answer the question compared to what,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So maybe looking at, virtual charters in other states is a good way to think about it, or something like that.
But you're also getting a lot of schools that have their own virtual schools now. So you almost can compare it to their own school. How's the virtual sector doing versus the brick and mortar sector?
Yeah.
Let me ask one more question, and maybe it's implicit somewhere here. The idea of just understanding the effectiveness of the investments schools are making and how money is being used and how that is contributing to student achievement and persistence and maybe other things that you're looking to measure. Has that been a conversation of just, we're seeing schools that use money in this way or this or that as a means to drive attendance, to drive persistence, to drive results, et cetera?
Yeah, we haven't talked about that explicitly, although, it could be, use of funding could be, I would imagine it's a very important practice for schools that are more successful. Right.
Especially in the world where CMOs and EMOs are getting bigger, are these practices that we should be, doubling down on, supporting, or are there diminishing returns in some ways? Like, what should we be thinking about as a charter community in that world? So, thank you.
You sure, Rita? Both Eric's very supportive of this. I'm tremendously excited about this work, and I can't think of a better use of resources, ways to partner with Ashley and her team. So fabulous stuff that you're doing. You had me at data and research driven and student centered and all of the things. So thank you. Curious to know how you'd be incorporating. I love North Carolina. However, we may not have all the best ideas in the world. So wondering how you're going to be incorporating global and national best practice into your work.
Yeah, our wheelhouse, my wheelhouse is really, using the amazingly rich administrative data that we have here in North Carolina. That, so much of education policy research that you read out there in the last 20 years is from North Carolina, because we've always had this incredibly rich longitudinal data. But it does give a skewed view, right? And our charter school sector is actually kind of different than
It is.
in other in other states. So that's, something that we're going to have to talk about, like how much of, what's the research agenda like for the year? What's really pressing? What do we need to get done in the next 6 months? And what are some long-term projects where we can, do some cross-state studies? Usually that data is very hard to get. There is a data source from Stanford, which you may have seen if anybody read about the academic recession in the New York Times. That's actually a hard thing. Other than NAEP data, there's really no other data source until this Stanford group came up with a way to equate tests across states. And sometimes, I hear that can be used for charter school research because it's district level data and charters are their own district. But then, year by year, sometimes the data is available and sometimes it's not. So that's one data source that we might be able to use, but then there's questions of practices as well that I think is really important.
Thanks for that. Kind of building on that question, how does a research, if we know something is happening really well at a particular school or at a particular, whether it's here in North Carolina or elsewhere, how do we, and Jenny certainly heard you talking about, this is about practitioners and it's about how are more educators and ultimately students going to benefit. But, in the work that we're doing here, and I've said this more than once and I'm going to keep saying it, we'll have a school present to us that serves low-income students, for instance. And there'll be an anecdotal conversation that goes on at the end of it that says, oh, you should go to Eric's school. And that's great, but it's not a system. So I wonder how we take that data and turn it into systems where we can scale the actions that are the best. And wondering how you're thinking about that.
Well, I've got one example, and that is the high dosage tutoring model from Union County.
I love that.
Okay, where did that come from? It came from Dr. Houlihan working in Texas and saw high-performing charters doing high-dosage tutoring nearby. And he said, okay, let's try to do this in our district, but then he got a job at Union County.
Right.
And then he went all in 2017, 2018, and he kept it in place. It's still going on. I mean, that's the mind-blowing thing, is that he was able to stay in the same place and keep the same program going with basically the same design principles. And he was, with Collaboratory's help, we were able to evaluate it and show, really strong effectiveness of that model. Now, and that is now being spread. We're trying to disseminate those findings through policy briefs and things like that, so that folks in other public schools are going to do it. Now, they are doing it in Anson County, I've heard. And, the challenge is really, does the school leader want to go all in on it and stick with it or not, right? So there's, getting the idea, but then there's implementing the idea and sticking with it long enough so that it can be evaluated.
Right. And then I think it turns into a policy question of how much, I know we're all about school choice, but if something really works, and we've seen this in other states, including this one, you give folks the resources and the tools to do it, and then you maybe don't give them as much of a choice.
And I would say for I've sat through a lot of y'all's board meetings, state board meetings, and you get a lot of these like anecdotal, bright spots. And so what I'm hoping to do broadly with the research, the Collaboratory's funding, but specifically intentionally in this project too, is like identifying those bright spots using a rigorous, systematic research approach. You guys agreed, like, to kind of Bruce's first question about how are you defining student success? And I would kind of put that back on you guys. How do y'all define student success in the charter schools in North Carolina? Yes, probably, EOCs, EOGs, but attendance. I mean, there's a low discipline. I mean, there's all sorts of things that we can identify and then use, leveraging Doug's expertise with the administrative data set to say which charter schools seem to be serving their student populations, providing the most sort of impactful experience inside the school, and then what are they doing that is working. You know, like using kind of a systematic data focused approach to it. So we get away from the anecdotes and we can kind of partner with researchers like Doug to help us answer that question with some rigor and with some valid and reliable data sources, so that we can identify them and then ask the follow-up question about what seems to be working here and why for these students.
Love
and then
that.
how could we scale it to other places and communities that have those similar sort of, that are similar to them.
Love that. So super excited. I'll end again, very enthusiastic, and I'll also just echo Eric raising up virtual schools. I think it's something we've had rich conversations in here about, and I think we need all the help we can get on that.
Just want to concur with Eric 1 and Eric 2. They took all the observations.
I am decidedly Eric too.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're just very excited that this data can be coming our way. We want to make data-informed decisions. And so this is an exciting work. I think that one of the components that I didn't hear would be a bullet point about the enrollment and persisting and completing would be parental engagement, parental involvement, because you know that particularly early on, those students who took advantage of opportunity scholarships and took advantage of charter schools and magnets were because parents are driving those decisions and directing their students' educational outcomes. So that's a big factor. And I don't think we can say strongly enough that we all believe the virtual environment, virtual education needs some analysis, that we have blind spots there, and it just sort of continues to persist until there's some action. And the action needs to be data-based. So I know it's complex, but it sounds like you're the team to tackle that. So we look forward to it.
I'd like to help. Yeah.
I want to open up. Is there any board members online that have any comments or questions? Hearing none, thank you for your time this morning, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is amendments. Excuse me, but let's take a quick 10-minute break. So let's reconvene at 10:25. 10:25.
Hi, this is Jenna. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think
I
they're
can
trying
hear.
to see, I think they're testing in the room because someone said, can someone please unmute?
You want me to unmute? I'm unmuted. So can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Linda Lynn?
Yes.
Okay, I think we can hear you. I think we might need to turn it up a little bit.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Okay, yep, we can hear you.
Okay.
All right, sorry
Thank
about
you.
that. Uh-huh.
Thank you. Shelley, you may want to try and see if they can hear you.
Yes, I think they got us.
Okay, we're going to reconvene. At this time, we have several amendments before us this morning. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Wetzel for each of these. I do have a question, just procedural, if I may. I see the first 4 have to do with schools that want to opt into the National School Lunch Program. Now, the 4th one is also a mission statement change, but the first 3 are requests to go to participate in the National School Lunch Program. Is there a way that we can just vote on those collectively instead of having to each of those individually? Are they substantially different? I
No,
read through it. I don't think they're
yeah, no.
substantially different. It's the same request.
No.
But so maybe you could start with those 3, read through them, and we could just vote as one block.
Perfect. All right. Good morning, Board. Julie Wetzel with the Office of Charter Schools. We have a full slate of amendments this morning. As Chair Friend just shared, we have the first 4 we have schools requesting to participate in the National School Lunch Program. All 4 of these schools want to participate in the National School Lunch Program. CIS Academy just started participating this school year, the 25-26 school year, and the other 3, the TMSA schools, Shining Rock, and the 4th one is Thomas Jefferson. They will all be implementing the upcoming school year. So they've submitted all documents to us. They have completed all of the things through the National School Lunch Program, consultants through DPI, so they will be ready to implement for the upcoming school year. So we have CIS Academy, Shining Rock Classical Academy. TMSA has 2 schools, TMSA Apex 93Y and TMSA in Cary 92T, and then Thomas Jefferson Classical Academy.
Okay, so if no one disagrees, I think we have to pull out the Thomas Jefferson Classical from
So is there a question?
this motion if anyone would like to make one, because they have a second amendment that it's all lumped together. But for CIS Academy, Shining Rock Classical, and the 2 TMSA schools in the Triangle, would anyone like to make a motion in support of the request to participate in the National School Lunch Program?
I'll go ahead and make I would like to move that those 3 schools be given the authority to start the National School Lunch Program.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, those passed. Those are approved. So let's move on then to
Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah.
So Thomas Jefferson Classical Academy is requesting 2 amendments, participation in the National School Lunch Program, and they're requesting a change to their mission statement. So they will plan to participate in the National School Lunch Program for the upcoming school year, have completed all tasks through the National School Lunch Program requirements, and then they are also requesting to change their mission statement. The revised mission statement reads that they're going to build upon the foundation of the core knowledge sequence. Thomas Jefferson Classical Academy partners with families to educate students in grades K-12 in the trivium of grammar, logic, and rhetoric, thus graduating thoughtful, articulate young adults who are prepared for college and a lifetime of citizenship and active intellectual inquiry. We have received all documents regarding their amendment requests, and we should have representation from the school online if there are any questions.
Board members have any questions for anyone from the school? Hearing none, would anyone like to make a motion?
I move that we accept the request for the lunch program at Thomas Jefferson and the revised mission statement.
Second.
You're giving it to Gerald? Okay. Well, I think you said, okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes as well.
All right, next request is from Francine Delaney, New School for Children. They are a public charter school in Buncombe County. They've been in operation since 1997, currently going through the renewal process, serving approximately 200 students in grades K-8. Their original mission statement, I will not read out loud, was from an older charter application where the mission statements look very different. So I won't read that because it's very long. So they were requesting a revision to their mission statement that reads, the mission of Francine Delaney New School for Children is to address the educational, emotional, and social needs of each student by focusing on the individual child rather than a prescribed curriculum. Each child is valued as a learner and never viewed in terms of what they cannot do. Each child will be accepted where they are and supported in taking the next step. And we have received all their documents, and they had input from stakeholders, leadership, and their board of directors. And there should be somebody online if there are questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions for representatives of the school?
I did notice that at the beginning, I don't know if this document is what it goes off of, but it says Eno River beside our name instead of FDNSC.
Yeah, and the detailed description at the top there, yeah. Yeah, doesn't impact the request, but yeah, good catch on that. Thank you. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion to change the mission statement for Francis Delaney New School for Children.
You have a
This is
motion?
This is Linda, and I'd like to second that.
Very good. We have a motion and a second to approve the mission statement change for Francis Delaney New School for Children. Any discussion?
I'll just say I noted typically can and cannot is one word. I don't know if it matters to them. They're going to put this out in the public, but I think two words can be acceptable, but the preferred way is cannot. It's one word. Just noting that in case they want to adjust it before they publish it.
Good catch. Any other questions or discussion? Hearing none, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously.
All right, another mission statement request from Eno River Academy. Eno River Academy is a public charter school in Orange County. They've been in operation since 1997, another older one, and they currently serve approximately 850 students in grades K-12. Their original mission statement was similar to Francine Delaney, where it was a very long part of the original charter application. So they were requesting a revision that reads, Eno River Academy will foster academic and artistic excellence while enriching cultural literacy. We have input from stakeholders, school leadership, and board of directors, and we have all the required documents.
Okay, are there representatives from the school online?
Yes, there should be,
Okay.
yes.
Does anyone have any questions for the members of the school?
I move to accept the mission statement for Eno River, the new mission statement.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
All right. Next mission statement request is from Corvian Community School. They're a public charter school in Mecklenburg County that has operated since 2002, currently serving approximately 1,400 students in grades K-12. Their mission statement originally was a little bit longer and hit a few key points, and they're requesting a revised mission statement that reads, Corvian Community School will cultivate lifelong learners, equipped with the knowledge and skills needed to thrive as individuals, and create a meaningful impact in their communities. As a collaborative community of students, families, and educators, we nurture students academically, social, and emotionally. Our mission is guided by the following 4 tenets from the Basic School by Dr. Ernest Boyer: curriculum with coherence, climate for learning, commitment to character, and community. And then we have all required documents, and they got input from stakeholders, school leadership, and their board of directors. And we should have school and board representation online if there are questions.
Okay, any questions for the school representatives? I guess I do have one question. Was there any thought given to shortening it even a little bit more? I'm not sure, and it's just my opinion, like the last sentence that says our mission is guided by. Well, your mission statement is guided by a lot of things. I don't need to know that you necessarily need to put the things that guided your mission statement in the mission statement. So I just was wondering if there was any thought to just peeling off that last sentence.
I did ask the school for clarification to ensure that that was the full mission statement. So if anybody from Corvian is online and wants to speak to that.
Yes, good morning. This is Nikki Sinclair. I'm the executive director at Corvian. We felt it was important to leave the reference to the basic school in the mission statement, since that was in our original mission statement when the school was formed years ago. And so we were looking for a way to connect it back to our mission statement from 2012. And that's why we left that sentence in there. We can go back to the drawing board if this that we should revise it further.
No, I appreciate that clarification, and we're voting on what's before us here this morning. So, if this were to approve and you wanted to change it again, you'd have the right to do so. But we have to vote on what was presented to us.
One of the things about mission statements that I always thought was interesting is whether or not I could walk around the school and choose a student or a faculty member and say, do you know what your mission statement is? Or at least be in the ballpark, right? And I think that's when you get down to the root of, the longer it gets, the harder it is to really understand what the purpose of, what's our mission. So I mean, just one thing to keep in mind with guiding practices for do your students, do your staff, do your parents, do people know what the mission of the school is? Maybe not verbatim, but they know what you're shooting for.
Yes, sir. And that I do believe that our school community does know that our school was founded on the basic school and is guided by that. So I think, again, that's why we decided to keep it in this revised mission statement.
Very good. Any other questions or comments from board members? Or anyone like to make a motion?
No, I was just noting that they did abbreviate it somewhat, so that's a good move in the right direction. And were you going to make a motion? I will move that we accept the request for the amendment to Corvian Community Schools mission statement.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve this request to change the mission statement for Corvian Community Schools. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Next mission statement request is from the Mountain Community School. They are a school in Henderson County that's been in operation since 1999, currently serving approximately 200 students in grades K-8. Their original mission statement, you can see, was originally a little bit longer, so they're asking for a revision that reads, "We empower learners to grow as curious, capable thinkers through meaningful connection with one another, the natural world, and the community we share. Through purposeful experiential teaching, we cultivate a sense of belonging and confidence while challenging each student to pursue academic excellence and personal growth." There was input from stakeholders, school leadership, and the board of directors. We have all documents, and we should have school representation online if there are questions.
Thank you for that. Any questions for school representatives? Would anyone like to make a motion?
This is Rita Hare. I move that we accept the amendment to Mountain Community Schools mission statement.
A second. Oh, go ahead. No, take it. It's hard to be online.
This is Linda, and I was going to second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you for all those. Somewhere Hilda Parlay is smiling this morning with all these long mission statements going down to something a little bit shorter. So she's here in spirit. Yes.
And our last mission statement, not a mission statement request. It's a request for a 1-year delay from Focus Academy. Focus Academy is a newly authorized public charter school. They've been approved through the accelerated application process to serve students in Wake County, anticipating opening for the upcoming school year, the 26-27 school year. They plan to initially serve students in grades K-4 with future expansion through grade 8. And they're currently in the ready to open process. So they're requesting approval for a 1-year delay. Normally our office can approve 1-year delays, but because the school was approved through the accelerated application process, we are seeking approval from the Charter Schools Review Board. So the school shares that they've reviewed current enrollment data, their readiness, long-term sustainability planning, and they determined that requesting a one-year delay would be the most responsible course of action for their school. So they've had community interest, student applications, they've just not reached the projected benchmarks established during the RTO process. So they believe that an additional planning year will allow them to strengthen their recruitment and outreach efforts, finalize operational systems, and support a successful and sustainable launch. One thing to note, they do have a facility located at 3000 Rock Quarry Road that does have an approved educational certificate of occupancy that they will continue to plan if they are approved for the delay year to the 27-28 school year. In addition to the requested delay, they are asking to revise the year one numbers. So you can see that instead of opening with K4 and the 26-27 school year, they would be opening with K5 for the 27-28 school year, with their enrollment numbers staying the same for each year through the first 5 years. Input process was through stakeholders, school leadership, and the board of directors, and we have all required documents. And we do have school representation here in person for questions. I'd like to invite them up.
While you're coming to the podium, good morning. Again, good to see you. Just as a reminder, make sure whoever speaks right into the microphone there.
Okay.
We have your request. I know I have a couple questions or comments, but before we jump in, any just additional feedback or commentary you want to make beyond what Ms. Wetzel has shared?
No.
Okay. So you were in the accelerated timeline, which by definition means that we felt and you felt that you had a building secured. This delay is not because of facilities in any way. Is that a true statement?
Yes, that's a true statement.
Okay. The request for the delay is, I don't mean to put words in your mouth. You can share, but it has more to do with taking a pause, realizing where you're at here in early June, and deciding that you might be better served to launch successfully if you wait a year, changing it's not necessarily changing the enrollment, a number of head count each year, it's changing the grade levels to launch the school, not facilities related, correct?
Yes, it's not facilities related. Since we've been here last when we met you in May, our applications increased and our enrollment increased, but it's still not where it needs to be. So we listened to what you guys said and decided that for the best course of action for us, it would be to request the delay. Today, we have 199 applications. We have 83 students enrolled. When we came to you in May, we had 58 students enrolled. So the interest is there, but we just feel like one of our things is we want to make sure that when we open right, that we can sustain financially and operationally. So we felt like, as hard as it was, that it would be in our best interest to ask for a delay.
Is there any negative financial impact for the delay? Are you going to be facing a lease on the building that now has no students for 12 more months, or commitments to staff? Is there any large financial implications? Excuse me.
No, and we are in talks with the facility they already know that we're requesting a delay, so we're optimistic that things will move forward positively.
This is more of a comment for our board, in that we continue to have problems with accelerated schools, and maybe it's a time for us to review whether or not is this even an option, or do we need to talk about a runway for schools to open or whatever? Because the language, if we're going to be consistent with schools that we've had to pull before because they had timeline issues, there's 4 bullet points, and I asked for this information this morning. I think it's been sent to all of you for an accelerated school. One is a demonstrated an exceptional need for the charter school in the proposed location, which I would imagine would interpret an enrollment. Right? It's not just about the facility; it's also about enrollment as well. So, I mean, I'm torn on it because I like consistency too. I think there's been times where we've not shown the best consistency. So I think this is obviously something that we need to continue to talk about with regard to the accelerated application in the schools that are. What do we do to determine whether they actually qualify to be an accelerated school or not? Because we're here again today talking about another accelerated school that's not ready.
Yeah, I appreciate Dr. Etheridge's perspective on the policy. The one thing I would say to you all at Focus Academy and applaud it is I think it's better to press pause and do it right.
Obviously, but I mean,
Right.
I feel the same way. I'm glad they're here saying this today because having to close the school at the beginning of the year stinks. But
Right.
for schools that we've in the past pulled because they didn't meet the tenets.
No, totally. I think there's a policy concern here that you are correctly lifting up, and anecdotally, we've had some schools in here that I feel like are trying to force it, and you're not doing that. You're being more thoughtful, and I think that's in the interest of your community, in the interest of students, in the interest of the educators that you all serve. So I appreciate that.
So, first off, in your application, you guys were on the Word of God campus, like you were always going to be. Okay.
Yes.
What is your break-even number?
Our break-even number is 146. I will say we probably would have had more than 83, but when we made the decision to ask for the delay, we paused it because we know that we have to meet with these parents to let them know that there's a delay, and we didn't. It just didn't seem right to continue to have registration open. So I get calls every day. So I know that the interest is there. I get calls every day about people wanting to register. But again, we paused it once we decided that it would be in our best interest to request the delay.
So say the numbers one more time. You're at 83.
I believe if we had not.
But how many did you have you had more sign up, but you had 83 enroll, right?
Yes.
So there's still the gap between the 83 and the
146.
146. You still had the possibility of more of those students enrolling.
Yes.
And you're getting calls every day.
Yes.
But is it our timeline as to why? Our timeline is you have to have a number by when?
By today.
It's by today. So if you don't have what?
146 minimum.
Well, we definitely want them at the break even by this point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because historically we don't see that much enrollment gain in these next couple of months. I mean, every school hopefully will see some enrollment gain, but that type of disparity is a lot of students to make up.
Was there any conversation with Word of God, considering now the delay takes a year of revenue away from them, to change the relationship in year one or anything like that, to have a different break-even number? Was that entertained by the board? Was that a conversation with Word
I'm
of
sorry,
God?
I'm not understanding.
So your break-even number is 146 or whatever it is.
Yes.
And that's, I guess, in large part based on the lease agreement you have with Word of God.
Yes.
Now you're going to go a year in which you're not going to occupy the space. Is that right?
Yes.
In which they're not going to receive revenue.
Yes and no. So one of the things, they were leasing out the gym and the modulars, which is in our lease for us to use. They were leasing that out to two different tenants. We agreed to allow those tenants to stay till June 30th initially, when we were going to open in August, but we wanted to make sure that they still could have some revenue coming in, considering that we were going to be delaying. So that's why we met with them ahead of time. And both of those people leasing the gym and the modulars have spoken to me, have reached out to me.
I'm not trying to get too much into the weeds. I guess maybe where I'm just trying to land the plane here is I wanted to see if such a trusted, approval of acceleration, if you guys had pulled out all the stops in order to see if you could have opened this year. And I guess I'm more asking nuanced questions, but I should have just asked it broadly. what have you guys done in the world of maybe changing your break-even number, enrollment, so forth? Because I'm not confident having this much time and still being so much under your break-even number. I want to be more confident that in a year from now that you're going to be in that spot.
So we have had discussions about our break-even number and lowering our break-even number. We did have that discussion with someone from the board of Word of God, but we didn't have further discussion, but we did. It was an open discussion that we had about it.
Not to belabor the point or anything, but Eric asking possibility questions has me wondering, did you guys talk about what it would look like if you only opened with, say, kindergarten to second grade or anything like that as well?
No, we haven't had that discussion, but it is a discussion that we're open to, because in our enrollment, one thing I looked at our numbers, kindergarten was almost full.
Mm-hmm.
First grade was not. However, in second grade, we were almost a class full. So those are some considerations. The reason why we asked to add fifth grade is because we lost a couple of possible enrollments because parents had students going to fifth grade in either first, second, or third, and they wanted their children to be in the same location.
And you've already been able to look at all your inquiries to see what those prospective grade levels could be if all of that panned out, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess this is more for my fellow board members. You know, that we have the request to delay. Yes, it's an accelerated school. I think, and I don't disagree with Dr. Eldridge. I think we need to look at that as to which schools, again, we're allowing to even enter into that accelerated phase. You know, a couple of years ago, we sort of changed our practice here where we had some schools, and this has been several years, that were kind of choosing the accelerated path so they could kind of get a jump start even if they knew they weren't going to open a year later. And we kind of implemented a procedure, policy, practice, rule. I don't know which is which now after this morning, but that if you didn't cut it in the accelerated timeline, then the application was done and you'd have to go back to the table. I don't feel that this is that situation. I think this is a situation, because this is not about not having a facility. I think this is about being thoughtful. They listened to us last month when they were before us, and are saying, let's do the right thing here and not pause to get the school open, but to build a better timeline. And I think Eric, you made a comment last month on one of the schools. The goal isn't just to open. The goal is to open strong. So I really think we're kind of in a position today where we can approve this request and then they'll be given a delay. We can deny the request, and a couple of things would then have to happen. One, you could roll the dice and say, okay, we're going to try to open it regardless, which I know you don't want to do. And we might be back in August and September asking why you're not at your break even, or even worse, you're not even at your state required 80. Or you could turn in the charter, which I also know is not an option you want to do either. Or I guess we could do nothing, and the Office of Charter Schools would have to make a decision, you know, whether it's later today or next month. Is this school ready to successfully exit the RTO process? This board is telling us they're not ready to do that. They're not ready to successfully exit the RTO process. So with all of that being the case, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. I'm going to make a motion that we accept the request for a year delay. And then if I can get a second, we can open up for discussion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Yes, I have a couple of questions for Dr. Grubbs. In your letter of May 27th, you started out saying Focus Academy Charter School was founded with the mission of providing a rigorous, student-centered educational program that promotes academic excellence, leadership development, character education, and individualized support. You fully described your school. When you came to us with your charter application, it was an arts integrated school, an arts integrated program. The letter never even has the term. Has your focus changed?
No, it has not. It has not changed. And I considered when I was doing that letter of putting it in there, it's still arts integrated. It's still something that the community wants. So just forgive me for not putting it in the letter because I did consider it, but that is what we promote, arts integration.
It was the innovative factor. It was the thing that would set you apart. So it was interesting that I thought maybe to attract enrollment, maybe that there's a shift, a little bit of a mission shift. You've also changed now from K4 to K5, right? When you do have year 1, you want to add 5th grade. And you still don't have teacher assistants until year 3. Is that your budget shows no teacher assistants until year 3, correct?
Yes.
That's how it's working?
Yes.
Okay. When you came last year, I noted that the application just didn't have evidence that there was a demand or a need or an interest, that you didn't submit any. Now, I know you felt like it was there, but you didn't submit enough evidence to convince me. I made some notes about that.
Oh, we had that. Yeah, we didn't submit it. We had it after. Yes.
And I know you've done a lot of work in your team. You've given your best effort. When you came last month, you had 43 out of 200, just 1 month ago, 43 out of 200. And now you're saying you're at 83.
Yeah, so when we came last month, the numbers that you had was the numbers that we had to submit April 20th. Okay. So when we came last month, we had 58. We have 83 right now. I believe our applications at that time may have been 126 or something. I don't remember. It's 199 now. Like I said, we do receive calls every day about registration and about people wanting to register their kids. So I know that the interest is there. For us, I think as I shared May 11th, is what we as a board have talked about and going back is working on ways to get them from application to actual enrollment.
And I apologize, Chair, that I didn't get these questions in. And I know this is our discussion time. There are 28 charters at my last count in Wake County, and many have wait lists. I see this as just simply an enrollment issue. You have a facility and you have part of your team put together. You were going to serve as principal, right? So you'd step down as chair, so you need to have a replacement there. But this is clearly about numbers, and the enrollment's not there after your best effort in an accelerated year. I'm deliberating as we speak that do we turn an accelerated into a delay, when from the very beginning I thought it was going to be a real push to get the enrollment you needed for an arts-based integrated curriculum school in Wake County with 28 charters in a K4 situation.
So there has been a real push. When we came last month and we talked to you about everything that we had been doing. Of course, as a new school, one of the things in that push is making sure you try to get your name out there. So it's been a real push. We've participated in community events. We've done radio ads. We've done podcasts. We've done a lot of stuff partnering with daycare centers and childcare centers and churches. So the push has been there. Our name is getting out there now. But as we talked about the last time, we began in October. So, those previous months, we didn't really have a lot of marketing going on then. So we strengthened our marketing. We partnered with a marketing company, which is why we soar, from the 43 to the
83?
Yes, but again, once we decided that it would be in our best interest to put a pause on it, we asked the marketing company to put a pause on it as well, because it would be just that many more people that we would have to tell that we weren't going to open the school year.
Sure, and you're clearly addressing exactly what I'm speaking to, the fact that all of this effort, and you're at 41%, 41.5% at this point. Your break even used to be 196, but you moved it down to 146, correct? You adjusted your budget to say break even is now 146.
Yes.
Are you still working with ATA for 10%?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that the marketing firm?
American Traditional Academies as
No.
support.
So you have two partners then, ATA and a marketing.
Yeah, so originally, when we were marketing on our own, of course, as a new school, there's a lot to learn in this process. ATA has helped us a lot with obtaining our ECO and, advice and inspections and things of that nature as it related to the church, and even discussing or lowering our break-even number. But we realized as a school that we needed help with marketing. We needed more help with marketing. So that was, it's only a 3-month marketing thing with the company, but they helped us a lot.
Okay, thank you.
So we do have a motion in a second. I'm just going to add, and yes, this is in support of my motion, but I'm reading the minutes from what we told this board in May, and what we said was we urged the school to consider a voluntary delay if the enrollment targets appeared unattainable. They're doing exactly what we asked them to do.
So we're putting that procedure or that expectation in place, if that's what we instructed them to do?
Well, we did instruct them. We urged them to consider a voluntary delay. That's what they're doing. I'm not sure where the gray is.
I think
The gray for me is the acceleration. I mean, and that's why I think if moving forward, I don't want to run into this issue anymore. I think we need to fix the language of what we're expecting in an accelerated application.
I don't disagree with that, but are we going to? But that's for us to do as a board. We voted to give this school the opportunity to open through an accelerated timeline. They convinced us that they would meet the qualifications of that accelerated timeline. At least on my time on the board, I think you all know this to be true. I mean, the biggest obstacle in that accelerated timeline has always been access to a facility. In this case, that's not an issue, but enrollment is got to be there as well. And they're asking for one more year to get that enrollment to where it makes sense for the facility, for their school financially. And that's exactly what we asked them to do. If we want to go after this meeting and relook at, each of us individually or collectively look at the criteria that you have to have this for accelerated, then let's do that. But I don't think we should hold them hostage because of it.
Here, my concern, I didn't know that, so I appreciate you bringing that to light of what we said in the previous meeting. Dr. Eldridge's reference to need in the application is important. I think Rita's questions bear to light that they've moved the goalpost. There's 8 months from the day they were approved to today. They had a facility, as you said, which wasn't an impediment and it wasn't something they needed to work on or focus on, which means they've had 8 months with a contracted company to be focused on enrollment, and they're not that close. Like, it's not like they're right in that ballpark and we know they'll get there in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So I'm like, you had 8 months to completely focus on this because the other things the facility was not an issue or even a question or even need to be built or monitored or anything like that. And you had support from externals, and you're still this short in an accelerated application. I don't know. I get concerned about then approving this with, one, not being sure they'll get the enrollment, and two, for the basis of just consistency, among applications that say they're accelerated and say they're going to be able to bring in the kids and have the facility, and have come up this short.
Can I just add, we did not involve the marketing company for that 3-month period until April. So we have been focused on enrollment and whatever we needed to focus on during the RTO process. But we did not seek extra help until April.
Okay, other comments, discussion from board members? Anybody online as well? Want to pause and give you a chance?
I do want to say my vote is going to be contrary to my comments, right? I do appreciate the fact that you guys have come back here. I appreciate that. And just because we have a problem with the application and what needs to be done to fix that problem, whether it be an open window for the time that you have to open a school, or just cut out the term accelerated period, because I'm struggling with what the need is. This, again, is not the fault of the school per se, but I am, like Eric, concerned that we've had this long to hire a marketing firm, and we waited till April because things weren't looking good. And so I want to know what's going to be, not today, you don't have to explain it, but I would love to see some sort of timeline of what the marketing is going to look like that's different than what you did this year, so that you can be sure, and I can put my head down the pillow knowing that this is going to be okay next year, right? So if you've got something that you'd be willing to share with regard to what a marketing timeline looks like, I'd love to see that.
Yes, you said not today. I can send it.
No, you send it anytime you want to. I mean, you didn't have to explain it right there. I was just making a comment, but.
Yes. I'm sorry if I can make one more comment. The reason why it took us so long to involve another marketing company is because, again, we are new to this. We do seek help and ask questions, and we were given the advice not to involve a marketing company. But then we realized that that advice was not working for us, which is why we chose to do so.
Other discussion amongst
I know
board
that
members?
this school came to us, I think it was 2024, and the application was rejected, so I realized this is the second attempt, and they chose to go accelerated. But I do disagree that I don't feel like we're holding them hostage, and I don't think this is our issue. We can accept it that way, but they had an accelerated application, and they had criteria to meet, and they're here today, and it's unmet. And the enrollment was very low in March, and obviously low prior to that, but they recently engaged a marketing company. And from the very beginning, the numbers were low, and there are alternatives, to rather, if it's not a charter, there are other alternatives that they could use the building for and start a school. But if we tell everyone, each one that comes, if you can't make the accelerated deadline, then request a 1-year delay, then we're changing our procedure, we're changing the steps, the expectation, and we set precedent here today. So I'm really uncomfortable. And I don't think we advise them. I think maybe, Mr. Chair, that you obviously mentioned that and said they can always do that if the numbers aren't there. But it's not the expectation for an accelerated application. That's not the criteria, and it's not built in as next step if you don't make it. So it's an unfortunate situation, but it's not one we created. It's one that we're facing today, that we have to make a decision what to do going forward. And we all know, and you two guys, that our chair and our co-chair have mentioned if they have 83, they may have 60 that would show up. So we know that it's not viable right now. But I tend to want to support our accelerated application timeline and procedures and maintain that for schools that come before us requesting to do it in a year.
Any other discussion? All right, the motion on the table is to accept the request for a 1-year delay. We have a motion and a second. Let's do a roll call vote, Ashley. Vote for a yes vote is you're approving the delay, just to be clear.
Okay. Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Nay.
Todd Godby,
Nay.
Eric Sanchez,
Nay.
Shelley Shope,
Aye, and just because I feel like that's what we told them to do the last time they were in front of us.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Linda Lynn Kakadelis,
Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, it passes. You guys are approved for a delay. So we will send you some more information, and then you will have a little breather and you'll re-enter ready to open in September, okay? And Dr. Norns will touch base with you.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I should have asked this before, but I don't. As long as I've been in this board, I've never understood. I don't understand what was just said because I want to make sure I understand it moving forward. And I wasn't here last meeting, so that's on me. What does it mean that we told them to do? Like we're telling boards what to do?
That's not what the minutes reflect, Mr. Sanchez. The minutes reflect that we urged them to consider a 1-year delay if they couldn't get the enrollment. We didn't tell them they had to do anything.
Urge them to apply for a 1-year delay.
We urged them to consider. You don't really apply for a 1-year delay. You ask us if it's they're allowed to ask for a year delay. There's nothing about being in the accelerated tent versus the non-accelerated tent that doesn't give them the ability to ask for a delay.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
It's just for us to decide if we want to do that, which absolutely we're all allowed our own thoughts on that. We have another school coming to us this afternoon that is also deemed not ready, who are not
I just want to
asking
make
for
sure
a delay.
we're not telling you, we're not guaranteeing you something. We're urging you to make that request. If you're not ready, make the request because it's not a slam dunk. It's not a formality for us to do the vote we just did. Hey, if you're not ready, you should request it, but it's not a formality in any means.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make it feel like it was guaranteed that because we said, hey, you're sure you should consider this, you should request this, that we are now advising boards what to do, which I know that's not your intention. I just wanted just the semantics and the words.
Yeah, not at all. Those at the May meeting, we listened to where they were at in terms of their progress, in terms of being ready to open successfully in August, and enrollment was one of the issues that popped up. And it was suggested to them, the minutes used the word urge. I don't know if anyone actually used that word when we were deliberating, but it certainly on the table for them to consider is to ask for a year delay. Just because you're an accelerated doesn't mean you don't get to ask for that delay, but it's absolutely up to us to decide whether or not they're going to get it, for sure.
From a board standpoint, what was tough for me in that moment was, am I trying to live up to the word of our board and speak as one voice where we've told you to do this and now you're doing it? Because that's some of the argument was made, that was the argument being made. Or do I vote based on the merits of the request? And I felt in this, and again, I'm not saying you did anything wrong, I'm not saying anybody did, but it just felt like I was in the middle of this, like we told you to do this, so now I have to agree to it because I'm part of one board, or go to the merits of the application or the request and make a decision based on the merits. And I don't know if that's what mentally felt, but that's
I can understand that tension. I guess I would, and maybe I chose the wrong word. We didn't tell them to do anything. We let them know that having the opportunity, if you want to consider a delay, that is certainly on the table. That's a factually, that's an accurate statement and a piece of advice that they were given. But they weren't told, come to us for a year delay, and it's a fait accompli. Absolutely not.
Eric, my comment I did not mean to imply that at all, but I do feel strongly that if that is an option, this is me speaking personally for my vote, that is an option that we encourage them to do. They are doing exactly what we encouraged or mentioned, and I personally, myself, want to stand behind that. I did not mean it to come across as we have to, we instructed, anything like that.
I'll say the last thing. I'm the one that was on the seesaw, so to speak, like up and down, and the only reason I feel like I went with the vote that I did was simply because the alternative was this school's going to open up, and as it was alluded to, this school's probably going to be under, as of right now, if they have 85 students, that means possibly 70 might show up, and we're going to be closing another school next year. as opposed to giving them the run, because they're not going to turn the charter in. They're going to keep pushing to try and get the enrollment. And then if given a longer runway and they can get the students, great. If they can't, then I'm going to remember this when it's time to vote next year when they're coming out of RTO.
So are you saying that, to continue this, without the one-year delay, they would continue and ready to open?
We don't know that.
Did we not
They-
cease the ready to open today? Could we not have chosen to do that? Right, okay.
Yeah, we could have done that, but it's ultimately up for them to decide. We don't get to dictate to them whether they are going to, if we had voted, if this motion had failed, they've got a decision to make, not us. Are they going to turn the charter in, or are they going to try to plow forward against their own wishes?
But wouldn't we have had the ability to not exit them from RTO?
And
Yeah, we-
just to be clear, none of the schools at this point have a charter agreement. So essentially what you would be approving is, yes, they either are approved as ready to open, which we'll discuss with the other schools later today, and then they receive that charter, or no, you're not approving them, and then they exit RTO and they have to reapply. I just want to make sure, because that comes up a lot, is the charter. They don't have a, we used to give the charter earlier, and then we would have to revoke it at this stage, which was completely unnecessary. So that process has changed, and now they do not receive a charter agreement until you have officially approved them as ready to open.
And this is Linda Line. I just want to say that hopefully anybody that's putting in an accelerated application will remember this, or maybe the Office of Charter Schools, we can remind them that this is not a slam dunk. This could have failed. I voted to move ahead, like with many of my other colleagues here, because of enrollment. And I do not think that their motive was to try to get ahead of the group of applicants. I think this was honest. They have done what we've asked charters to, like what we've said. They knew they couldn't open. But in another accelerated situation, I might not support them having a year delay, because accelerated is a different classification.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I don't mean to belabor the point, but I hope we're not falling into this, like, yes, we want to be consistent, but you also have to look at each situation independently and, make a determination of should this school have been allowed to continue? Should we accept the year delay request? Another school might come forward to us and have a different set of circumstances as to why they're in that position, and the vote could be different. I don't.
Is there ever a circumstance, and I'm asking you this kind of from your personal understanding, in which enrollment is a factor in which you would not have approved it? Because to me, if this one's all pure on enrollment, and they're not close, and so the understanding I would have is that as long as your facility is there, if you have enrollment issues, and I'm not going to make it a blanket statement, but can you even think of a scenario in which you would have said nay for an enrollment focused request?
That's a hypothetical. It's not in front of us today, so I can't answer that. Possibly.
What made this one?
Possibly. I don't think I need to justify my vote, Mr. Sanchez.
I'm just trying to learn from
I felt confident this school has a legitimate reason to have a request to a year delay, and enrollment is a concern. I'm not naive to that.
Sure.
I think in my vote, giving them additional time to increase that enrollment was warranted. Some of the members of this board do not think that, and that's okay. We disagree. And they may be back in front of us 1 year from today, not at break even, and I might vote differently. I would vote differently.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not looking for clarification. I'm looking for, did I miss something? Is there something and the merits of this that I should have considered better and I want to learn from for future votes?
I don't think it's a matter of better. I think we have our own thoughts. For some of you, and this is fine, the enrollment situation is so off the mark that it gives you pause to support this request, and you don't feel confident that giving them 12 more months is going to make a difference. I completely understand that. I feel differently, and that was why I voted the way I did. At the end of the day, they're going to prove me wrong or me right in another year.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
And Chair, just understanding the folks, whether in whichever process, whether it's the accelerated or the traditional, they have the same options in front of them in case something goes awry, right? Like they can request a delay, they can do all those. They have the same options in front of them.
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Healthy discussion. Let's move on to the next item up, which is the Charter Schools Annual Report.
Okay, good afternoon. It is the time of year again for the annual Charter Schools Report, North Carolina Charter Schools Report. This is Ashley Logue, the Director of the Office of Charter Schools, and excited to present this year's information. So starting with a little bit of a background, this report annually we present it to you. It summarizes the prior school year. So we're primarily looking at the data from 2024, 2025, but where available, there will be, especially in terms of enrollment and demographics, there will be data on the current academic year. We will take a look at the overall landscape, so enrollment, growth, demographics. We will review academic performance and discuss authorizing and monitoring. And then I will also briefly speak about best practices and challenges in the sector. All right, and on eBoard, you have this presentation, and then you also have the written report for your reference. So 30 years ago, North Carolina opened the door for the establishment of the public charter school system here in North Carolina. We had just 33 schools open in 1997. You can see here on this slide, the original legislation expressed 6 distinct purposes or goals for a system of charter schools. And I think in this presentation today, but in general, there is a lot of evidence showing that many of these goals and purposes, collectively, they're being met, and we are constantly strengthening and improving the sector. Throughout North Carolina, tens of thousands of families are choosing charters. Thousands of teachers are doing the same as a place of employment. And the wide variety of choice for something as personal as how a student best learns and grow is something to be celebrated. So let's ground the report in the overall scale of the North Carolina charter school community as it stands today. So as of today, we have 211 operating schools in 64 counties. 138 schools reported wait lists for this previous academic year that just concluded. Over 59,000 reported waitlisted students. And we had over 161,000 students enrolled. So the charter school systems nationally all kind of are founded and stand on what we call authorizing. Nationally, all but 3 states authorize charter schools. So in each jurisdiction, authorizing and oversight can look a little bit different. But essentially, that's the formal process by which an entity evaluates, approves, and monitors charter schools. So you can see here, and in the report, throughout the country, there's different types of authorizing systems. In some states, you might have school boards that can authorize charter schools. You might have a charter board such as yourself. Some states even allow universities, colleges, that sort of thing to authorize schools. The rigor and quality obviously can vary. There are pros and cons, I think, to all types of different systems. But overall, I think what we know is that strong authorizing is the key to a strong charter sector. And it directly impacts the schools and the students and families that they serve. So here in North Carolina, we are a single state authorizer. We have one authorizing office in our office, the Office of Charter Schools, and one authorizing board. So if you go to the next screen, the Charter Schools Review Board, that is your board. This was
previously the Charter Schools Advisory Board, and as you know, in 2023, it converted the former CSAB to the current review board. And in that legislation, there are 6 express responsibilities, powers, duties, however you want to look at it. But overall, your board is the authorizing body that is tasked with approving rules, policies, and standards related to charter schools, approving or denying applications, renewals, revoking charters when necessary, making recommendations to the state board for appellate matters, and a number of other duties that you have. The Charter Schools Review Board is made up of 11 members, so 4 are appointed by the North Carolina Senate, 4 by the House, 2 by the State Board of Education, and then we have the Lieutenant Governor or her designee, and we have the Superintendent or his designee. You all serve 4-year terms. No appointed member can serve more than 8 consecutive terms. And if you look at this next slide, you can see what the current membership is. There had previously been a kind of an error in the term dates, so there was a essentially the whole board would be turning over at one time. That was fixed in legislation, I believe, last year. So now you can see that about half the board, your terms will be ending next year in June 2027, and then the other half in 2029. And so that has created this kind of stagger effect so that we will not have your entire board rolling over at one time, which probably is not the best practice. So the work of the Charter Schools Review Board is supported by the authorizing office of North Carolina, which is the Office of Charter Schools. Our office was created statutorily with very specific powers and duties. You can see those here on the screen to the left. What is interesting about those duties is that primarily they deal with applications, so providing technical assistance to nonprofit corporations seeking to operate within the state, or ready to open, which is providing training to those preliminarily approved. There's also obviously the primary relationship we have here, which is that we serve as staff to the review board. But the kind of broad bucket is to provide technical assistance and guidance to charter schools operating with this in the state. So that kind of leads us to these other necessary duties that we have listed out here, which is everything from providing communication between the agency and schools and other entities, stakeholder communication, everything from, closure processes to public records requests, employee and student record requests that we have, and a number of other kind of duties that we essentially need to make happen to make this system work of supporting charter schools. To manage that work, we organize it into 3 different teams. So we have the authorizing team, the accountability team, and the external support team. And then you can see here the different types of workflows within each of those teams. The 7 staff members are divided amongst these workflows. So each of the staff members will serve on either 1 to 2 teams, and then up to 4 of the workflows within those teams. This has been structured in a really intentional way to align with our mission of quality authorizing, effective accountability, and collaborative support, while keeping in mind the human capacity of a 7 consultant staff. This next slide shows a history of our office's staffing from 2009 to 2025. So you can see in the red that we have the number of schools from 2009 at 96 schools to our current, at the beginning of this year, it was 213 schools. And then you can see in blue the history of the staffing of the office. These numbers are the average number of employees that we had during that given year. I think there's a lot that could be said about the graphic here, but I will say that I'm very proud of the work our office accomplishes given the reality of the numbers. All right, switching gears to the charter accountability side, we kind of talked about authorizing and how the charter system works in terms of approving and who is doing the work behind the charter sector. or the administrative work, I should say. Accountability is structured in a system of statute, rules, and policy. So charter schools are held accountable to their students, families, staff, to the North Carolina taxpayers through this system. There are statutes, rules, and policies that all really cover a wide variety of different aspects of charter school operations. The primary tools we have are the charter agreement. There's academic monitoring, which is very much the same sort of academic monitoring you see for district schools. We're on the same accountability system. Performance framework, the renewal process, which you all are very well aware of, and then closure. So performance framework, this is a tool that our office uses. It has been in existence since 2014, and it reports on up to 51 indicators. Those indicators cover 4 different, what we kind of consider, I guess, buckets of criteria: operations and governance, financial, and academics. And we recently, with this board, last year, we actually did a full review of performance framework. It was the first time since its inception in 2014 that we have done that. And we can continue to kind of review it and think about ways of making it more effective. Our team, each year, we review all of the submissions. It's over 2,000 documents that are submitted annually. This next slide shows last year's statistics. So 203 of the 208 charter schools from the 2025 framework achieved at or above 80% in all operational and governance monitoring criteria. So that's a 99% for those two, that bucket of work. And then 58.2% were compliant in every single operational measure. We also have the academic measures, which are aligned with accountability and financial compliance measures as well. The goals and purpose of performance framework are to provide a clear and consistent measure of these different criteria. It's essentially like a report card for a school. It provides feedback to the school leaders and to the boards. It's transparent. It is public. So the schools and any other stakeholder is aware of how that school is doing in a particular criteria. The charter system relies on an agreement, right? The charter agreement, which lays out essentially what the charter school is promising to do, along with its charter application, obviously, when it is in operation. And when that agreement breaks down, what we often have is a charter closure or a termination. There are 4 different types, which are important to really differentiate because the circumstances and kind of the facts and data behind those are different. So relinquishment is when a board gives up its charter. Assumption is when another board takes over a board's charter. Non-renewal is when the charter agreement expires without a renewal term. And then finally, revocation is essentially taking away a charter. For the 2025 year, we had 2 charter schools with their charters revoked, one in Guilford and one in Union County. Since 1998, there have been a total of 96 charter closures. You can see here the different types of charter closures. The vast majority are relinquished, so they are essentially given up. Last year we began, now that we have such a long history of data on charter closures, we began digging into that data a little bit. And what we found is that the average year open for a revoked charter school is just over 4 years. And the most common reasons were financial or compliance related. Oftentimes, enrollment is becoming a bigger reason or a more prevalent reason. And obviously, enrollment is very much tied with finances, so those kind of go hand in hand. The average year for relinquishment was also just over 4 years. Many of the relinquishments never opened, so that's important to point out. It is much different to simply relinquish a school before it's actually open to students as opposed to opening and then giving up your charter. And the most common reason was low enrollment or facility acquisition problems. And then the average year for non-renewed is 10.69, so not quite 11 years. And the primary reason for that was academics. So this in last year's report also included analysis on not only the history of charters closures in North Carolina, but also the impact we have observed over the years in having leading the closure process and working closely with these schools. And it's not simply a matter of exiting a building and students going elsewhere, right? We see employment impact, there's students' records management, which has been a very big burden. State administrative burden, there's financial consequences, community impact, obviously this can be very devastating to students and families, and then regulatory and legal impact that might exist depending on the circumstances. Our number one priority as an office with applicants in RTO schools is ensuring that the school opens on a strong footing. So the stronger they are when they first open, the more likely they're going to be strong and becoming stronger over time. What we've recognized with our work with starting schools and working with those ready to open schools, and then those in closure, is that rigorous authorizing and adequate planning is absolutely essential. So that's a lot of the work you all do. That the early years really matter, so making sure that they have a foundation of support within the school, on the board, etc. Academic support is obviously very critical for our low performing schools. Facilities is something that really has to be considered very closely and understood by the boards wanting to open. And then enrollment. Obviously, we've had discussions just recently today about enrollment, and low enrollment now being a leading cause of closures, being very clear about what that means. And then the capacity to manage. So just having sufficient staffing within our office and within DPI to handle what happens when a school closes, kind of the back side of all of that. All right, so that's kind of gives you a broad overview of accountability and what it looks like from opening to closing. Now we'll take a look at historic charter growth. So this is the entire history of charter growth on one graphic. From 1997, when we had 33 schools, to the current number we have, which is 211. We had 213 at the beginning of the 2025 year, and now we have 211. The star in the middle of the screen indicates where the cap was lifted in 2011. And then since then, the number of charter schools increased by 113% to the highest number we had in 2025 at 213. If we take a look at the growth of charter schools is coming from applications. So last year's application process, you just recently, a couple months ago, concluded. A review of that applications cycle shows that we had 17 applications submitted last year. 5 withdrew. 6 were recommended for approval to enter, ready to open. 6 were not recommended. And then one applicant was not recommended, was appealed, and then was approved on remand. So we had a total of 7 applicants out of the 17 that were approved. And again, approved means they enter RTO. That does not mean that they receive a charter and they're now operating. Okay, so while virtual or remote instruction is not a new concept, the authorization of remote charter academies in North Carolina via legislation is new. And this was a bill passed in 2023, which allows charter schools to now operate remote charter academies either as an amendment to its charter, so operating as a remote charter academy within, or however you want to look at it, next to a brick and mortar school, or as a standalone remote charter academy, and that's via the standard application process. That legislation, right, the practical impact of that is that we now authorize and monitor remote academies on top of the brick and mortar academies. So to meet those legislative requirements, your board and our office work together to create the remote charter academy application, the interview process, all of those things we've done now. I think we just finished our second year of you all hearing those interviews and applications. And then, of course, our office provides a good deal of technical assistance. Many of these schools may be brand new to the virtual learning landscape, and so they need assistance in understanding maybe technical requirements or what it looks like to do it differently in terms of lottery and enrollment, right? You can't just put it all together with your brick and mortar kids. Understanding those kind of differences.
It requires ongoing collaboration and capacity within DPI so that we are constantly discussing with other divisions. This is a school that's going to be opening in the fall. This is a school that's going to have a remote charter academy, et cetera, so that they can get set up in all of the systems that are necessary to operate and function properly in North Carolina. Something that's a bit different also with the remote charter academies is that all remote charter academies, including the two pilot schools that you all are familiar with, North Carolina Cyber and Virtual, are now considered remote charter academies, and all remote charter academies receive a 5-year renewal agreement. There is no 3, 5, 7, 10-year option for remote charter academies. It is very clear in legislation that they all receive a 5-year term. And what that means in practical terms is that in the next couple of years, you all will be hearing renewals for those 5-year charter agreements, and we will be in the process already of creating a renewal process that we can somewhat differentiate between the brick and mortar schools, which we are already constantly renewing. This shows where we stand with the number of remote charter academies. These numbers do include the 2 full-time pilot schools that have traditionally been the only remote schools in the state, or charter schools in the state. So this year, and these are operating. So the first 7 started operating in 2024. We had 10 operating this just prior academic year. And it's anticipated, based on the application approvals we had this year, that 19 including 4 statewide virtual schools, will operate in the next year. Okay, student enrollment. So who is attending North Carolina charter schools? This graph shows the most recent 5 years. So you can see at top, the number in white is the average daily membership, and then for that year, and then the red at the bottom, the red percentage, is the total number of public school unit membership. So we are now at over 10% of the public school membership in the state, with over 161,000 students. North Carolina was recently included in a study of 27 states with detailed demographic data. What we are seeing nationally is that there has been 15% enrollment growth nationally over the last 6 years, even as the K-12 population is decreasing. And North Carolina was the 4th fastest growing state for charter enrollment in the nation over the last 6 years. If we look at this geographically, what we see is that the distribution of charter schools in North Carolina is heavily concentrated in urban areas. So actually, if you look at these numbers closely, Mecklenburg, Wake, Durham, and Guilford have almost half of the charter schools in the state, those 4 counties. They have, I believe, it's 90, maybe 92. And then we have a handful of counties that have, between 7 and 3 charter schools, and then the vast majority, that orange, so the other, are those that have typically 1 to 2 charter schools. I will note, I do find it interesting, Guilford County is one of it is a high, one of the kind of concentrated districts, and for the charter applications we've just received, I believe 1/3 of them, maybe 1/4, maybe 1/4, are coming from Guilford County. So this kind of information I think is important to understand in the context of authorizing, and the folks that are listening and perhaps want to submit applications, and knowing your district and where you stand with saturation or desire and need for more charter schools. So we see growth, right? And growth brings opportunity, and it also brings important questions. We're really excited about the collaboration with the NC Collaboratory. That is an open conversation that we hope to continue having. So as you think of things that, questions you have or information you would like to know more about, right? Those are the conversations we want to have. Some of those that have come to the forefront in terms of looking at growth is ensuring that, right, the funding is following the student equitably, understanding whether educational options within the state, whether private or public, are leading to greater student movement. I feel like anecdotally I am seeing that, but I don't know. I think that's a question that would be interesting. Looking at equitable access as schools
increase, either the number or just the enrollment numbers. And then understanding what frameworks and staff capacity must be in place to provide rigorous oversight. All right, when we dig into demographics, this shows the diversity for the previous school year. The last year's 2024 annual report went into great depth, looking over a 10-year period at the demographic changes within the charter school community here in North Carolina. But you can see this previous year, it generally mirrors district enrollment as well, but you can see some differences here. So charter schools enroll a greater share of white and also Black and African American students. And then traditional districts enroll more Hispanic students. That is a trend we've seen historically, but it is worth noting that the Hispanic enrollment in charter schools has grown remarkably over 15 years. It has tripled from 2010 to where it is now. Students with disabilities, this is spanning 7 years, and it just continues to show an increase of students with disabilities in both districts and charters. Charters just over 12% this last year, and districts over 14.5%. My hope is that with the increasing numbers of students with disabilities in our public schools, we have meaningful conversations, not primarily the policymakers and those that are making decisions about funding, about the sort of implications discussed in the report. So equitable access and resource allocations. We hear a lot from schools that are struggling with finding exceptional children's teachers that are certified, that are high quality. Also understanding that the one-size-fits-all funding for students with disabilities might not be the best funding mechanism when students with disabilities have many different types of needs that require different types of services. And then just making sure that funding keeps pace with growth. 2025 demonstrated peak enrollment for both districts and charters. For our English learners, after several years of increasing English learners in charters, we did see a slight decline this past year. So again, you can see here very clearly that typically we see that districts are enrolling about twice the number of English learners than charter schools are. For economically disadvantaged, charter schools have seen substantial increases in economically disadvantaged student enrollment since 2019. They enrolled 24% in 2019, and we've nearly doubling to 40.9 in 2024. And then this past year, both the districts and charters had a slight decline. I am not sure why that is, but that is those are the numbers we have. So the promise of charter school choice lies in the ability of all students to access that choice if they choose to or their family chooses to. So understanding the barriers that might be in existence and thinking, intentionally and strategically about how to resolve or mediate those barriers. One of those is just the informational and administrative barriers. So helping families understand how charter schools operate, that they are public schools, that there is no tuition, how the lottery system works. Those sort of things are still needed. I still often get questions about how much does a charter school in my town cost, and just being very confused about how the system works. The geographic and logistical constraints, right? We saw that so many of the schools are concentrated within 4 specific districts. So just understanding, are there geographic barriers? What is, causing maybe some areas of the state to have less choice? Providing essential support services for those students most at need, right? Primarily we think of transportation and nutrition, but all of those sort of whole child assistances that, school counselors, nurses, those sort of things are important. And then understanding systemic challenges to sustainability, so growth and rather, being smart about growth, where the schools are going, if they can meet their enrollment targets, understanding what funding looks like in practice, and being supportive of schools so that they can understand all those things. So law does not dictate the type of new school nutrition plan that a charter school must have, but it is required to have a plan in place. And we are really pleased to see, and you heard several of these requests this morning, that many of our charter schools are adding the National School Lunch Program. We are thankful for the team here at DPI. We have a great school nutrition team, and they really are thinking, strategically about how to help charter schools with school nutrition and navigating, which can sometimes be the administrative burden of the federal National School Lunch Program. But you can see we have 91 schools implementing, up from 88 the previous year. We had over 4.9 million school lunches served and 2.6 million breakfasts served last year. Charters also have flexibility when it comes to transportation programs. So transportation cannot be a barrier to students living within that local school administrative unit. But charters really can come up with a variety of different systems for how they handle transportation. Many do traditional busing. Some do kind of like a cluster stop or community stops. Public transit is used in some of our bigger cities, and then carpooling. The annual reports typically provide, and this year is no exception, some of the more national data and research that we've found on transportation, and I think just highlights that charter schools face the same type of challenges that districts face in terms of the cost of staffing and funding transportation programs. But of course, a charter school does not have a district bus depot or funding for yellow bus programs, and so have to be really strategic about how they provide transportation. We are very grateful and thankful that there is a charter school transportation grant program. If you go to the next slide. However, that allots just $2.5 million each year. A charter school, to be eligible, must serve over 50% of economically disadvantaged students. And you can see here, this is showing the eligible expenses we have received in office each year. We are getting close to $9 million per year. And again, these are just the schools that are applying and serve over 50% economically disadvantaged, which leads to the next slide and shows the amount of funding for which we are unable to provide any type of award. This is over the available funding. Okay, academic performance. So this section is examining the academic performance of charter schools for the 24-25 school year. Obviously, most schools just wrapped up all of their testing. Maybe they're entering retesting for 25-26. So that is not the data we have available, nor I am not speaking about or predicting anything in regards to that. We are looking at last year's data, and I am very grateful to Dr. Sean Kellogg of the Office of Research and Promising Practices here at DPI, who analyzed this data and wrote this section of the report for the Office of Charter Schools. And what you're going to see, it evaluates key performances of our dimensions of performance. So we'll look at student proficiency and readiness by subgroup, school level performance grades, academic growth, and low performing status. And I think there's some areas, definitely some highlights, and some areas that we want to think how we can improve. So key findings, first of all, school performance grades improved modestly from the prior year. So we'll look at that in detail. Academic growth also improved, so that's another bright spot, and also provides important context for interpreting the proficiency results. Grade level proficiency improved slightly, but remains below the pre-pandemic levels, which is we see across the state in all public schools. College and career readiness declined and remains the clearest academic concern. And then we see subgroup patterns that remain uneven. So looking here at the school performance grades, again, you are all familiar with the accountability system and the process of giving a school a grade of A, B, C, D, or F. We are excited to see that a total of 30.1 earned an A or a B, compared with just 26.6 the previous year. So we are seeing an increase in the number receiving an A or a B, and then we see the majority of those schools in that middle C. For expected academic growth, this shows whether students are making expected progress given their prior performance.
So it's really important in a post-pandemic recovery context to understand not only proficiency levels, but growth, because proficiency can remain below the benchmark even when kids are still making expected growth. And what we see is that we also see an increase in the numbers of charters that are meeting or exceeding growth. So we had 70.3 in 23-24, and now in a slight increase in the right direction, 72.3 meeting or exceeding. This is showing you proficiency and readiness trends from pre-pandemic to where we stand now. So you can see on the far left, the 2019 pre-pandemic numbers that we had for career level proficiency. That's that top solid line, and that is receiving a 3 or above. And then the dotted line below that is college and career readiness. That's that higher benchmarker of a 4 or a 5. And obviously the decline, the pandemic learning loss that we saw, grade level proficiency is improving modestly. And then college and career readiness, you can see it slightly improved, and then it's has decreased slightly this previous year. So the charter school trends broadly mirror the statewide pattern that we see, which is post-pandemic declines on both measures, followed by gradual grade level proficiency recovery, and college and career still lagging behind. If we look at the trends for grade level proficiency, what we see is that Asian students showed the smallest long-term decline. No subgroup has a net gain since pre-pandemic levels. We see that English language learners and economically disadvantaged students showed relatively modest long-term declines, but both groups improved year over year. So the EDS stability is notable given that the population in charter schools has really increased substantially since 2019, meaning the sector is serving a larger group or a larger population of economically disadvantaged while maintaining relative stability in grade level proficiency. And then we see students with disabilities show the longest long-term GLP decline of any subgroup. And again, this kind of goes back with the demographic information, which is what we are continuing to see a large increase in the number of, or an increase in the number of students with disabilities, and talking about the best way to serve and fund those schools that have large populations of students with needs. Okay. This is college and career readiness trends. So this is the higher performance threshold and provides a sharper view of whether students are reaching this, what the state considers its kind of college and career readiness standards. These trends indicate that readiness has recovered more slowly than grade level proficiency. So white students experienced the largest absolute decline since 2019. Students with disabilities have the lowest college and career readiness rate of any reported subgroup. And Hispanic students have the second largest long-term loss among the racial or ethnic subgroups. And you can kind of, there's obviously more data within the report, but those are the trends we're seeing for college and career readiness. When we look at low-performing schools, as a reminder, low-performing schools are those that have a performance grade of a D or an F and a growth status of met or not met. The low performance rate for charter schools has trended downward over the 3-year period. So we had 28.2% in 22, and then last year's was 24.9. So we're seeing an increase in the schools' proficiency levels of A and B, an increase in the number of schools meeting growth or exceeding growth, and we're seeing a decrease, correlating obviously with that, to the number of low performing schools, which is all what we want to see. Continually low performing school is those identified as low performing in 2 out of the last 3. And again, we see the trend we want to see. So in 24-25, 50 charter schools, 23.5 were identified as continually low performing, which is a meaningful decline from the 59 or 28.1% in 23-24. This also reverses the upward trend we saw in the middle of those years, when it went from 27.7 to 28.1 in 2024. We've nearly a 5% drop in 2025. Also, when you read the CLP, the continually low performing data in context with our school performance grade and growth results, that's all very positive because we know that if a school has another year of not being identified as low performing, they exit that status. And when we see greater proficiency and greater growth, that's more likely that more of our schools will be exiting that status. Okay, so we always end the report with our challenges and celebrations. The top challenges facing charter school leaders, we ask this in a survey each year. I believe we had 128 maybe schools respond. And what we found is that the number one, all of these, first of all, were pretty close together. So 55 was the top, 55 responses had the top response of facility maintenance and acquisition. Remember, these are operating schools. So these are schools that already have a facility, but they're still concerned about facilities in terms of maintenance and maybe acquiring, like owning the building, their lease agreements, things like that. The second very closely ranked at 54 mentions was a lack of state budget and federal uncertainty. Obviously, we do not have a budget unless they've done it today. So this is just cause uncertainty for leaders who might be, thinking about salaries and programs and those sort of things. Teacher recruitment and retention, we see this pretty much every year we ask. We typically see, certain subjects or programs. So for example, I've already mentioned exceptional children. I hear from a lot of schools that are having a hard time finding those teachers. And then we know that the state is ranked, I believe, near the very bottom for North Carolina teacher salaries. So that obviously makes it harder, especially for some of our schools that might be closer to borders such as South Carolina or Virginia, where teachers are leaving our state. Exceptional children staffing and funding was also mentioned, and we've talked about, and then general budget concerns. So essentially the fifth top reason just kind of buckets all these other ones, which is understanding, right, trying to have a tight budget aligned with all these other challenges, like not having a state budget that is a new state budget, and not having, having a hard time finding teachers, those sort of things. And then we finish, and this is a lot of text, but it's all in the report. And we finish with some spotlights at the end of the report. And essentially, some of the things we wanted to highlight this year was schools that showed significant school turnaround or some type of unique academic achievement, global engagement and service, community resilience and crisis response. So, our schools that have recovered are in recovery from Hurricane Helene. National recognitions and awards. A lot of our charter schools receive national recognitions, different types of awards or recognitions. And then also some of our specific student recognitions, if they, national awards such as the Presidential AI Award, lots of different things happening at our schools, and really highlight the different types of programs we have, the different types of students that are choosing charter schools, and the successes that they are finding in those charter schools. So that is a lot of information. I am sorry providing it to you all before lunch, but thank you for paying attention. Any questions?
Yeah, great job, Ashley and team, for putting this together. We always
It
look
is
forward
hot.
to this. So yeah, thank
It is
you.
real high. So
Yeah, I have a. Go ahead. I had a couple questions.
I think I have a maybe two suggestions, I guess. Slide 22. What my note says. Yeah. So I wonder if there's a place in here that you could tell the story that 55 of these relinquished schools never opened. Like you tell it on the next slide, but as a guy who doesn't always read every slide completely because I'm ADD, I think it's a big story in that, right? Like that they didn't close, they never opened. Kind of some way to some way to show that. And then the other was the question of English language learners and why the difference. It might be a neat thing to add to the study that we learned more about this morning. to add that in as a question for them, to do that research.
That's a great idea. Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, just a couple thoughts real quick, Ashley. And I lost my place now. I think it was down in slide 53. I think we discussed this last year. So, it's good that 30% of schools are A and B, but I think that the other behind the scenes stories here is I think that's also where the majority of charter school students are at or pretty close to it. So when you say we have like 200 or 161,000 charter school students, that's great. That's, that's a good number. It could be more, but they're more likely to be in one of those two schools, the A or B schools. I think I'm correct on that, but that might be something to be able to show as well. And then tying back to this morning with Dr. Korn, I personally don't think an effective school is solely defined by by their school letter grade, but it'd be interesting to see what in their work, what are those what's the constitution of those A and B schools, like everything from student enrollment to size to all of it. But I think highlighting that, if I'm correct, that the majority of charter school students are actually in those A and B school categories, because they tend to be larger, middle to larger size schools than some of the smaller ones. The other question I had was all the way back on line 38. And I apologize, I know lunch is coming up, but and I'm asking because I see this at my own school, but I think this is also true of a lot of schools in the Triangle and Charlotte area specifically. We have a really fast and large growing Indian population, and I don't see how they're represented in any of these categories here. So where would they fall? And I know we face that challenge with data being accurate on student enrollment, particularly to that growing population, because they're asked to check a box that none of them really feel applies to them.
Right. I think I'd have to look at the report. I think we do actually have the numbers in there. It probably just did not make it onto the slide. And I can look and add that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just see that at my school, and then charter is kind of in the Wake County area that we're seeing a really large increase of Indian students. So, thank you.
Ashley, I got a question. Do you feel like you have enough enough staff to deal with the volume of work that you're doing?
I think with greater numbers of staff, we could do more things that we would like to do. Right? I think we manage with what we have. But, obviously the work has increased because the number of schools have increased, the things that we do have increased, and the staffing, for the most part, has not increased.
What skill sets are missing that you need?
I honestly think it's more about the number of people to manage the work, right? It's, when a staff member is juggling amendments and applications and traveling to renewal schools, that's a lot of different components to juggle and to manage. So I just think it's a matter of that kind of ability to do that.
I shared this information with Ashley one time, and I'm glad I walked out with both arms. But the Erskine Institute in South Carolina, they have 34 schools that they've authorized. They have 40 staff members. Now their structure's set up different, right? They're attached to Erskine, and they charge a percent from each school that they've authorized to get that staff. But imagine having 40 of these guys, the team that we have here. What could get done?
Ashley, I really particularly like those meaningful little concise statements that are on some slides, like a little summary. Did you write those?
Yes, they came from the report, but I did not put that the slides were made
Those
via
are
AI.
every one of them are very meaningful and succinct, kind of summarize the slide. But it's all great data. I just wanted to confirm that the slides concerning continually low performing and low performing, would overlap. There's some schools that would appear in both
Yes.
slides. So
Yes.
you don't just add those percentages together and say those are all of the.
Yes, that is
Yeah,
absolutely
that would
right.
be
Mhm.
exacerbated. Okay.
Yeah.
What are next steps in terms of this report? I know you'll
Um,
probably present it, I assume, at the summer conference. Has it been presented shared with the state board, or?
Yes, and typically you all just kind of vote to approve it so I can send it to the state board and then to the General Assembly. I have to present it twice at the state board. Well, I present it in July and then it goes for action in August and then it's sent to the General Assembly.
Well, I'll make a motion that we approve the 2025 Charter Schools Report.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you again. Great job.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to break for lunch. We're running a little bit behind, but I think we can catch up. So we're going to let's just go ahead and stick with the plan. We have ready to open readiness reports and votes on readiness this afternoon. So let's just stick with the agenda, and we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Okay, Ashley, are we, good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon session of our Charter School Review Board meeting. We're going to flip the agenda just or tweak it slightly. The last thing on our agenda this afternoon was the charter application evaluations, with Ms. Rackley. I don't think this is going to take terribly long, so if we just go ahead and Ms. Rackley, if you're ready, we'll knock that one out before we start the ready to open discussions.
Good afternoon, Melanie Rackley with the Office of Charter Schools, and so the applications team is excited to debut the applications that we received as part of the 2026 application cycle. By our deadline, we did receive a total of 13 applications. We've since had one withdrawal, so we're working with 12 applications. The applications team has been great in completing our legislatively mandated completeness check phase. So all of our applicants we conducted preliminary reviews for the completeness portion. So we have 12 applications that we'll discuss with you quickly, just to kind of kick off our summer evaluation session. And so to recap, for the 2025 cycle, so that we can put everything in context, there were 7 total schools that were approved as part of the 2025 cycle. I think Ms. Logue mentioned earlier about this in the annual report. This did include 4 accelerated timeline applicants who have already entered into RTO. They're finalizing their RTO, and you'll hear from those 4 schools later today. And then we have 3 traditional applicants that will enter into the RTO cohort this upcoming fall. And just a note about the current RTO cycle in context of our upcoming application cycle. It looks like Rise Academy was originally approved for Forsyth County. They've been approved to move into Guilford County, and so that'll be important as we also hear about our application for 2026. We did receive 4 applicants for Guilford County, so high demand in that area, and so we just want to keep that in context as we move. And so the timeline for the charter application cycle, our due date, all applications closed on April 24th. And so beginning now through August, evaluators will review both the standard and the special request applications that we received. We've asked our evaluators to complete all of those, all that feedback by August 10th. And so what that allows our office to do is to compile the summary feedback, make that available to not only the applicants, but to your board, so that you are prepared for the capacity interviews that will begin in September and run through December. Those would be first round applications, and then any second round interviews that you all allow will be conducted in either January and or February. And so then we'll do this all over again. I think I may have did I fix my typo? And so in January, our cycle will open again. Again, speaking of the rules that we heard about, our timeline is currently codified in rule and administrative code. So it always opens on the last Friday of January, running through the last Friday of April. So just a little bit about our application cohort. Again, 12 total. We have 11 accelerated and 11 standard, and 1 accelerated. And so we'll talk about that a little bit further in a few minutes. And so just as a reminder to this board before you begin, to make sure that you do check your Edlusion credentials. All of you all should have those. I know that our TUIS members that came on last summer also should have those credentials, but if anytime you do not and need access to that, you can always reach out to me and we can get you reset in that platform. We also, as part of this slide, have links to the evaluator, just a tutorial video just to kind of refresh your memory on how to move about and navigate in that portal. And also keeping in mind that although charter school review board members have access to the evaluator role in the platform. You don't actually conduct your evaluations in that system. We have a tool that's available for you if you want to use that feedback tool to kind of compile your notes, but you're also able to keep your records as you see fit. But we did make that evaluator resource tool available for you. And so essentially, as we think about the application submission, you all through Edlusion have access to the entire application. Any appendices, any attachments are also there. You also, some of you may like to download the application as a PDF for reading, you know, as it may be more mobile for you. So at any time you can print that off or save it as a PDF, but keep in mind that any of the application evidences, you're not going to be able to use that download feature to see what an applicant may have attached in the platform. But again, if you need any technical assistance, the Office of Charter Schools is available there. And then in terms of the special requests that we did receive, again, one acceleration that you all will have access to, and then one remote applicant, and then we have one applicant that that has a proposed management organization that would not be a new EMO to the state of North Carolina, but the Office of Charter Schools will provide you with portfolios relative to their performance in the state. And so one thing that we do ask, and what we ask of our external evaluators and even our members of the Office of Charter Schools, is to kind of perform a conflict of interest check before you actually review the applications. So we've asked that of all of our external evaluators, but at question 30 and question 44, you get the board member, initial members of the organization, as well as the bios and resumes of each board member. So if at any time there is a conflict of interest, you can just notify the Office of Charter Schools, recuse, don't read, provide that feedback to that application. But I believe Ashley and the Office of Charter Schools can advise you there. And then just a word about the summary feedback. Again, our office will compile all of that ahead of those capacity interviews. And so what that really looks like is that each application is assigned an external expert reviewer, and then one member of the Office of Charter Schools also reads each application. And then we have members from the NCDPI's EC team and the multilingual team. They also evaluate the academic plans portion of the application, and they provide feedback. So when you get the summary feedback, you'll see specific feedback from a great cross-section of individuals. And again, all of that will be due August 10th, and then our office will make that available to you and the applicant. And so essentially what that really looks like is that each section, and there's about 17 sections of the application, they're all evaluated, and then there's a rating assigned to each section of the application. And so essentially what our evaluators are doing is highlighting any areas of strength, any areas that require clarification, and then we've encouraged them to provide any outstanding questions that would be helpful for this board as you interview each board. And so again, the summary feedback, all of that will be provided to you this summer, and then it will be posted to eBoard ahead of each capacity interview. And without further ado, so that's pretty small. I know if you all are looking at your personal devices, you may be able to see that a bit better. Thank you. So essentially we have, like I mentioned, 12 applications that are going forward. And so 4 of those applications are in Guilford County. We've got 2 in New Hanover. We've got a statewide remote virtual, and then Harnett County. And then we have some repeat applicants in Mecklenburg and then Gaston County, as well as Wake. We've got repeat applicants there. And then the new, we don't have any charters in Stokes County, so we do have an application that we will review from Stokes County. So this is essentially the applications that we received. And so what the Office of Charter Schools is doing right now is collating all of the files. We're making sure that we're removing any personally identifiable information before we post it public and make that public. And so then our communications team will then provide a public view of these applications on DPI's website. But for right now, you all will have access to these applications through the Edlusion platform. Our developers are loading all of that information and making it available to you all. So even if you go in there today, you may see those applications already, but you'll continue to get notifications from our office as to when the full picture is there. And then we'll just continue to support you any way that we can throughout the summer as you review these applications. We always prioritize the accelerated applicants, so we'll have that first up in September, and then we do have a draft of a calendar that Ashley will submit over to you all for ultimate approval, but we do have a draft of what that looks like for you already.
Thank you, Melanie. So we'll probably be looking at anywhere between 3 to 4 a month, roughly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And remind me too, the one that's the virtual active learning, I'm assuming that's the virtual academy. That's a proposed standalone, not attached to not a remote academy attached to a brick and mortar. Do we know yet how many traditional charters are looking to apply for a remote? Has that application been out yet?
No, we'll have 19 if they all open in the fall. We'll have 19 this year, and then the application for the following year will open around October. So we don't know yet.
Yeah, so we wouldn't be interviewing those requests to operate a remote academy until
I think
winter.
we started like February. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for?
Melanie, I'm trying to determine if I have the tool that you referenced. I use a tool for the evaluations that's paper, pencil and paper. Do you have something online?
So yeah, it's linked in our, I think that second or third slide right here. There is a tool, and you may have very well printed that off, but it's just it kind of has a guidance language there. It's for look for strength indicators. You can use that, and it just has it broken out by section there. And again, that's optional for you all to use, but it's available. So
okay, I've got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not what I've been using, so I'd like to review that. Thank you.
Right.
And Melanie, are all 12 of these complete? And the last time you and I spoke, there were some that weren't. I just
right. So
Could some of these still come off, or
they don't come off. The applicants have met the requirements of the completeness check, which is really a preliminary review. It's an abbreviated rubric that the Office of Charter Schools uses. It's not necessarily a quality check, and so it can be quite a challenge to not do quality checks during this process, but again, they've met the preliminary phases of completeness check and provided us with any documents that were missing. So at this point, these are all this is the full roster of applicants that are looking to interview this fall.
The Edlusion tool, that's the same one that the external readers use as well. Is that what they use to rate them?
So the evaluator, the external reviewers, the Office of Charter School staff, and then our EC and ML folks, they will go right into Edlusion and use the evaluation from the platform. What CSERB, what you all will do is separate from that. You still have access to the evaluation tool because it allows you to navigate across the portal with greater ease, but your evaluations are separate. So that's why I provided the resource tool for you all.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. We look forward to meeting the applicants this fall. Yeah. All right, next up is Dr. Norns for Ready to Open cohort readiness reports. While Dr. Norns is taking the podium, I don't know if Tech is listening, and we've lost our monitor here right directly in front of John and I. But we can use our laptops, but just heads up. Yeah, my eyes are work better if it's on the bigger screen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board. Natasha Norens from the Office of Charter Schools. I am the Ready to Open lead consultant in our office, and I've been working with the RTO cohort since August of 2025, the one that's currently here to see you today. So to get ready for this approval date today, June 8th, 2026, there was a lot of work that the OCF staff collaboratively put together to utilize submitted documentation from these RTO schools during the planning year. So as a reminder, they had a submission date of November 2025, February 2026, and May 26. So RTO submissions happen in 3 phases. There are schools here that are not considered substantially or fully ready, and they were required to attend this meeting in person. All schools are required to be available remotely, and I will add that North Carolina Connections Academy was not required to be here today, and they only needed to be remote, and they are front and center in the room. So good to have everyone here. And as a reminder, any school not over 80% enrollment at their verification meeting, which was May 28th and 29th with the entire RTO team, those schools are asked to attend today. Lastly, a reminder that Focus Academy was requesting a delay, and they are not here included in the schools present today. So you may remember from our May CSERB meeting that we referenced readiness reports. Our team this year have implemented these reports, and these are the indicators that match on each school's sub-documents that are attached. So a school that is fully ready will meet all of the below criteria. They have a ECO, Educational Certificate of Occupancy. Their enrollment is over 80% and of their projection, and a majority of or all of their RTO submissions were complete and held at satisfactory standards or above. A school that is substantially ready is here in front of you today with an ECO in progress, slated, and having a formal date on their construction schedules. This school would also have over 80% enrollment met and or approaching to that number, and they have had all or a majority of all RTO submissions completed satisfactorily or above. A school that is partially ready is here in front of you today with a ECO in progress and on track to be approved by our office. They have under 80% enrollment, and a majority of their RTO submissions were completed satisfactory. A school that's in the category of not ready to open today will have an ECO that is not in progress or an unclear timeline. They will be under 80% enrollment, and several submissions for RTO will be incomplete, not received, or unsatisfactory. Next. So today's presentation, I'm going to summarize each of these schools' status in individual slides, and you, number 2, will have the opportunity to request updates and hear from the schools directly. And then thirdly, you're going to vote today on their ready to open status for each school. Next. So let me remind you about your voting options today. And one, which all of these schools are hoping occurs for them, you are going to have the option to vote to approve the school today, that it's ready to open, and we begin, my team, to execute the charter agreement July 1st. And then 2, you will approve the school as ready to open with contingencies. Those might include submission of specific items or meeting an enrollment target. Number 3, you may require the school to delay and re-enter RTO with next year's cohort. And then finally 4, you have the option to deny the school as ready to open, effectively removing the school from the ready to open workflow. So first up, we have NC Connections. As stated earlier, they have fully ready status based on their readiness report. And if you're looking for readiness reports, they're found under each school's subcategories. They're opening in Durham County, fully virtual K-12. Their first day of school is August 24th. Their projected average daily membership will be 750, and the break even is at 500. Currently as of May 25th, their enrollment was 92% full at 692, and occupancy requirements are obtained with a form of an ECO, but for an office virtual school, it's a little different, and it's been approved by our office. Would you like to have them come up today?
Well, I guess the question I have is there a preference? Should we vote on these individually? Or is your desire for you to present this entire slide deck and then we vote, or would you rather us go
I think it's best if you vote by school, because each of these may have one of the 4 options that you need to decide, and if you have contingencies, we want to make sure that we record those thoroughly.
Okay, so let's pause for NC Connections. I know the members of the board are here. As we've heard from Office of Charter Schools, they are deemed fully ready to open in August. Do members of CSRB have any questions for the board since they took the time to be here today? Or would anyone like to make a motion?
I would make a motion that we move them out of RTO.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, let's do a roll call vote. Again, the motion and the second is to approve NC Connections to successfully exit RTO.
Okay. Bruce Friend.
Aye.
Rita Hare.
Aye.
Todd Godby.
Aye.
Eric Sanchez.
Aye.
Shelley Shope. John Eldridge.
Aye.
Linda Lynn Kakadelis. Eric Gucan.
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, it passes.
Ashley, this is Shelley. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry. Aye.
Okay, thank you. All right, it passes unanimously.
Congratulations. Good luck opening this fall. Now the hard work begins.
Dr. Norns, can we go back to the presentation
1
real quick?
through 4, yes.
So number 4 on the
One more up.
deny,
Thank you.
right? So I just want to be clear, like if a school is denied, do they have the right to appeal that
Correct.
decision?
They have 10 business days to, 10 days after today's vote to appeal your decision.
I just want to make sure everybody was clear on that.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Warren Young Explorers School, slated to open in Warren County with grades K through 6. Their first day of school is slated for August 12th, and their projected average daily membership being at 186 and their break even at 140. Currently, by May 25th, their enrollment was at 95%, 176, and they are expected to have their ECO by August 15th, 2026. You ready to hear from them and come up?
Well, That'll depend.
Okay.
Do board members have any questions for the Board of Warren Yes? If so, we'll have the board come up. If not, I don't think it's necessary.
Sure.
I don't think I have any questions. I just do note that the first day of school is scheduled for August 12th, and the ECO is expected August 15th. That won't work, but yeah.
Apparently, there's an answer to that because I heard cheerfulness in the back.
Sorry. Say that again. First day of school is August 12th. ECO expected August 15th. Okay. Corrected as ECO.
Can a member of the board come forward and clarify that for us?
Dr. Norns in the mic.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, this one was on. Thank you.
And if we could get enrollment updates for all the schools, that would be helpful because I need to present this also to the state board in a week or so.
Hey everybody, Caroline Hundley, board chair for Warren Yes. Just to correct these dates, our first day of school is slated for August 24th. And the ECO is expected July 31st, which is on your timeline. Okay.
Thank you for that. Where are you with enrollment as you stand here today?
We have, as of today, we have 168 students that we've received paperwork from that have confirmed.
And your break even is still 140?
We do have a 140 break-even budget.
Okay, thank you.
Is this school still in the old school downtown that I got to see? Is it?
Yeah.
I am so happy you guys are making that school work. I am really proud of you guys for pulling that off. That's going to be a really nice facility.
Thank you. We're excited.
Any other questions for the board?
I'd like to go ahead and make the motion that we Warren Yes out of RTO.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion amongst board members? All right, hearing none. Ashley, let's do a roll call vote.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Linda Lynn Kakadelis, Eric Gucan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
All right, you're approved.
Congratulations.
This is so different from previous years with having a full gallery. So sorry about that date discrepancy, and that will be fixed. Next, we have Rise Academy. We have Rise Academy as partially ready, and that is due to their projected ADM. As you can see, their first day of school is slated for August 17th. Their current enrollment as of May 25th, so we'll maybe want to get an update on that today, is 77% at 192. They do have an obtained and approved ECO. Otherwise, this is the only area that I see that their projected ADM is something you might want to discuss with them.
Thank you. Can we have members of the Board of Rise come forward? Good afternoon, and I think as you've heard, the question number one is where are you with enrollment as of today?
As of today, we have 201 enrolled.
Thank you. Questions from board members for the Board of Rise?
And just to clarify, 201 fully enrolled.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right
good
at
afternoon.
80%. Right at 80%.
Did you do the math? I went by your facility, I think it was Thursday evening, and was unable to identify where you are. I saw Liberty Charter and their signage, and I drove completely around the building. So I'm just wondering if you can describe your signage and where your entrance is and the traffic flow for families, because originally I thought you would approach the building from the opposite end of the school from Liberty and would proceed around that way, but you cannot go around the building on that end. like you can on Liberty's end. And so it's not what I was expecting. And I wonder if you could just describe your facility.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anaya. I'm the board chair for Rise Academy. So just to explain it a little bit. So first off, we've been using like A-frame signs and yard signs when we do have events at the facility. Our plans is to get permanent signage. We are just waiting for Liberty to get out of school. They get out next week. So once they get out, we will put permanent signage. Our entrance will be around the back, so you'll use the same flow pattern as Liberty, but you'll go all the way around the back of the facility.
Will your schools start and finish at
So we'll
close
start
to the same time?
No, so we have like an hour start time. I think we start at 7:30. Our doors open at 7. School starts at 7:30. Their doors open at 8, and they start at 8:30. And then same with dismissal. We'll dismiss starting at 2:30.
What percentage of your staff has been hired? Or roughly?
We just have one teacher position and then bus drivers. Out of 20, right? It's 20.
Yeah. High percentage. Thank you. Any other questions for the board?
I would make a motion that we successfully exit them out of RTO.
A second.
We have a motion and a second to successfully exit Rise Academy from RTO. Ashley, any discussion? Ashley, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Okay. Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, you are approved.
Congratulations.
Okay, this working? Okay. Next, we have Carolina Collegiate High School, and they are also in a similar category of partially approved. Their first day of school starts August 17th. Their projected average daily membership will be 165 with a break even of 140. And currently, as of May 25th, they had 78% enrollment, and they expect their ECO to be with them July 15th. Would you like to call them up?
Yes, please, if members of the board could come up. I suspect you know what the first question is going to be. Where are you at enrollment as of today?
Good afternoon. I'm Gary Rogers. I am the vice chairman of the board. Our board chair is in China with her daughter, so she couldn't make it. She sends her regrets. So your question is, what's our current thing? We're at 164 right now.
Thank you.
Enrolled, fully enrolled?
We've accepted positions and we're getting them fully enrolled right now.
And what would you say the percentage of your staff that's been hired already?
100%.
Other questions for Carolina Collegiate High School?
I would just make the comment that your projected number and your break-even number are not very far apart. So keep going. 164 does not mean that's how many you're going to show up. So keep going so that you don't fall below that break-even.
At one point we were at 170, but Durham asked us to drop us down, so we had to go to 165.
Is that a capacity issue? What was the reason for dropping it?
Parking. It was in the parking flow issue.
The very short answer, deserving a longer discussion, is that Durham asked the DOT to drop us to 165 in March. We have a permit.
That was after the traffic study, I guess. Yeah.
After the traffic study.
Wow. Wow.
So that they've limited a special use permit. Is that what you? Is it a special use permit?
Procedurally, there's no precedence for what was asked of us. But we have a special use permit, or we have all appropriate permits,
Okay.
including the DOT. Our traffic study's been approved.
What I should know this, but what are your grades the first year?
Just 9.
So you don't even have to worry about drivers anyway.
No.
So if you needed to take that number up, you could take that number up because you're not going to be using parking spaces other than staff, more than likely.
We have more than adequate parking spaces. It's stacking. The DOT is, Durham has raised issues.
Oh, okay. Okay.
We're good.
All right. Good.
Other questions from CSRB members to this board?
This thing's been a long time coming, so I want to be the person to make the motion to allow Carolina Collegiate High School out of RTO.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to successfully exit RTO to open in August. Any discussion amongst board members? Okay, hearing none, let's do a roll call vote.
Okay, Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Eric Buchan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, you are approved.
Congratulations.
I want to acknowledge you guys and say thank you. This has been 3 years of searching for a facility to the whole team at OCS from Ashley and for you guys for supporting us. I know this is the first time we've had a school go through a third year, and we've really appreciated the support. We felt it from everybody, from great schools, from you guys. Thank you.
Now bring it, man. Let's go. We got it.
As a matter of fact, I was talking to Joey Webb about this on Friday. I started in OCS when they had their first delay. So we've been together as long as I've been here. Yeah. All right. And next up, we have IDYL Wake as a partially ready school with grades K through 6 opening in Wake County. Their first day is slated for August 10th. They have a projected ADM of 350 with a break even of 210. As of May 25th, their average daily membership enrollment was 256 with 73%. And as a matter of fact, their ECO was just approved this morning by our office. So, okay. So, do you have any questions for IDYL Wake?
Yeah, if we get members of the board, please come forward.
They're spread out all over. Just board members at this time, please. Only board members.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yeah, that's
Secretary of the board.
Can you just first question, same as the other schools, what is your enrollment as of today?
313 fully enrolled students, 634 applicants.
Okay, what percent of the staff has been hired thus far?
96%. We have 2 staff persons outstanding.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from CSRB members for this board?
You were doing some renovations and updates to the building. What's the progress on that?
All of the renovations are completed. We received the ECO last week, and the Office of Charter Schools received that ECO Friday. And so everything is completed. We are still working on playground outside.
Thank you.
Rita Hare, I have a question. You may have answered this previously in your budget, but it shows in year one working capital of $500,000. Can you remind us where those funds are resourced from?
Yes, those funds are coming from the flagship school as a
Okay.
loan.
Okay, as a loan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to make a motion that we move IDYL Wake successfully out of RTO.
Second. Oh, Gerald, that's the second time we've done that.
Well, you don't want to go to an auction with Gerald, do you?
No, I don't.
Motion, the second, discussion amongst board members.
Unfortunately, I'm going to need to recuse myself, although I do love these people.
And we love you.
Any discussion?
I'm just noting last month's, I guess our most recent note said 256 enrollment, and now they're at 313. I wonder if they could share what they did, because some other schools may need some tips. How did you
Well,
grow
it's
that
not even
much?
three. What did you say? You had 600 applications?
634.
I want to make sure I'm accurate now. 634.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
counting it maybe.
Did you work with a firm, or was this just boots on the ground with you guys, or a combination?
A combination. You'll see that your room is filled with the boots on the ground folks who I could not come here without recognizing the hard work that they have done. And then in the last push, we did employ an agency, a customer CRM, and they were able to follow up even closer than we could with the families who showed interest.
Good work.
Thank you. Good work.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, hearing none. Ashley, the motion is to approve IDYL Wake to successfully exit the RTO process.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Eric Gukian,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
All right, you are approved.
Congratulations.
So much hard work, so much hard work. And I want to remind you, this was a fast track school, so their requirements were, they had to have everything ready. Like, I commend Dr. Monroe. She constantly communicated about everything with our office. All right, congratulations. Lastly, and I want to remind you before we...
Can we go ahead and let the room clear before, so we can
Sure.
make sure we can hear everything?
Okay.
Thank you.
I do want to share that the school leader and the board chair of all of these approved schools will be back in this boardroom tomorrow and Wednesday for the new Charter School Leaders Institute, where they will have opening protocols and divisions at DPI sharing all the necessary tools to get them successfully started with their NC SIS and their Ed Connect, and just a variety of things. They'll hear from Jake Wilson, our 2025 Principal of the Year, and they'll just get inspired. So I wanted to share that with you. And so here we are with the recommendation that is not ready to open. We have BH2 Stream. Grades K through 6 coming from Edgecombe County. They have their first day of school slated for August 3rd. They had a projected ADM of 280 students with a break even of 251. And as of May 25th, their enrollment was at 75% with 209 enrolled students. At that time, and currently at this time, we do not have an an educational certificate of occupancy date known as to when that would arrive. And there are there are 7 RTO 3 May 20th requirements that still have not been met. So here is the BH2 Stream board coming in front of you.
Good afternoon. If you could, just as a reminder, introduce each board board member, and how many board members do you have here today?
So there are 3 of us who are in person. I believe there are 4 or 5 who are online, who are virtual. This is Jeremy Herring, who's a board member. We have Dr. Dan Crocker, our acting chair. And online we have Janice Bryant Howroyd. We have Carlton Bryant, Tawan Davis Sherrod, and Hassan Kingsbury.
And you're on the board as well?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Same question. Where are you as we sit here today with enrollment?
With enrollment today, makes 238 today.
What percentage of the staff have been hired?
85% of the staff have been hired thus far, and I have their commitment, pre-contractual commitments that they've signed here as well.
Okay. In May, you provided us with a construction schedule. So, hold on. You provided us this construction schedule in May, with final Town of Tarboro signing off on the site plan between May 8th and May 11th. Installation of modulars. I'm just jumping through this. Installation of modulars would have been done by now. Where are you with the modulars on the site right now?
So we talked to the Town of Tarboro today. They have approved our site plan. They are going to be this week approving the permits, the building permits. Once they approve those, the modulars are ready to come. We talked to Catherine Grimm this morning, as early as this morning, first thing. So we are pretty much on schedule with that.
Well, you'd told us in May that the final site plan had been submitted to the Town of Tarboro between May 8th and 11th. But we heard from the town in the email that it wasn't submitted till May 29th.
So we submitted, and that was part of my error there. I'm very new to this. I got the plan, and I thought that whatever I had Xerox and made a copy of for you all, I thought that was the initial site plan. That was the drawing of it.
It was a sketch.
That was a sketch. So that was my error. So I do have an updated.
Has the Department of Transportation done a traffic study?
They will not require a traffic study. As early as this morning, they have approved for us to have 100% ridership, because there's not a lot of space for, and this is new to me, but stacking and all of those things, those requirements. So, but we have Kimley Horn, who's here, our traffic expert, and they've been working with
So you have confirmation from the DOT that they're not going to require a traffic study?
Yes. Is that accurate?
I've never heard of that. But
it's new to me too, but that's exactly what they shared as of this morning. And the experts in the room have definitely talked. They said that our 100% ridership space is because we have like 95% of our parents requesting transportation anyway. So we shared that with our parents at our town hall. They're okay with that space. So the Department of Transportation says that they authorize, and it's an email. I can forward that to you right now.
Your start date is still August 3rd?
August 3rd is still the start date.
There's no modulars on that site right now?
Yes, indeed.
And there's electric and 2-inch water lines that need to be run?
Yes.
That's all going to get done between now and August 3rd?
No doubt about it. And we talked with, again, the folks from Old Modular, and that is the goal. And again, we have an updated space, so you'll see, but we're pretty much on track with everything that we shared.
You can pass out what you
Sure.
The Office of Charter Schools has what certifications have been sent in to the Office of Charter Schools with regard? I know the site plan has been approved, but what about stormwater, wastewater? Is that all in this?
We have not had any inspection certification submitted to our office at this time.
And that will be coming from the town of Tarboro this week.
What about state wastewater, stormwater, topo, all that kind of stuff? Is that all that's occurred? Because you should have certifications for that stuff on your site.
I'm not 100% sure. I just, we have some folks who are on the board who could speak more to that. That's not my area of expertise. But
Can I follow up on that?
Yeah.
So, do you have a civil engineer? Do you have a general contractor?
Yes, we do. We do.
And so you have all that?
Yes, we do.
And they've submitted what he's asking?
Yes, according to the town of Tarboro, they have everything they need. They're just waiting for the Department of Transportation to send their approval, which they sent over via email this morning. So I believe that's everything that they need.
And you have, where are you getting the funding to do the site prep with?
So our foundation has raised funds for that.
Okay.
Yes, indeed. And some donors have already given as well.
And the estimated, I mean, because we're talking about, what, 7 weeks now?
Yes.
What's the estimate? Like, what is the timeline? Is it in this?
Now, we've submitted something that says July 1. That's the goal. We know that's very, very aggressive. But I have to give a shout out to the town of Tarboro. They have been in support. The mayor pro tem is pushing things along for us. The town manager, Troy Lewis, and Catherine Grimm have all been troopers in helping us get this along.
Last question. What facility are you putting up? You're putting a modular. How big's a modular? And how many?
128 by 65 and 98 by 65. They're two different modulars.
So you're putting 2 modulars in. You got to do all the site prep, all the...
So as far as the site prep, that's minimal, according to what I saw in the comments that I read. Not a lot of site prep at all.
There's an existing church there.
Yeah, there's an existing church that's already there.
So I guess I'm confused a little bit. I'm looking at a letter from the town of Tarboro that states that a traffic impact analysis is required for schools of 50 or more students. I assume that's a requirement of the town. Do you have something from the town saying that you don't need to have a traffic impact study?
So according to her email, Catherine Grimm's email, she said that we're fine if DOT approves it. Then they're fine with going through what DOT says. They defer to DOT. Am I accurate on that, Kimberly?
So has DOT approved it?
Yes, they approved it today, this morning. DOT has approved. And that's the email I was telling you about. I don't mind shooting that to you immediately, because it's right here.
It is also defined in your letter, not the DOT approval because you didn't have it yet, but the May 25th letter does define that you were seeking that 100% bus ridership model.
Yes.
And that you would present that to DOT. You have 9 community stops.
Yes.
Those have been identified, and your families have selected their stops.
Yes.
And you have buses. How many do you have?
So the buses, we're waiting for the buses to come in. I think it's in the next week or 2. They indicate that our buses will come in.
So right now you don't have buses.
No, we don't have buses.
You need 2 or 3.
Yeah, no, we need 3. And we're
3 buses you don't
planning to buy 5. We're asking them for 5, just so we can have some in the event that something breaks down.
And those will be coming from Sally B. Howard School, and she was here the last time to confirm that.
Mhm.
Dr. Woodard was here with us the last time.
She also sends her regrets that she couldn't be here.
Mhm.
She's actually being interviewed. I think she's retiring. So
Are they being sold to the school? Are they being
Yes,
sold to
yes,
you?
they are being sold to us.
From Sally B. Howard School.
Yes.
So you're waiting on 3 to 5 school buses and 2 modulars.
Yes.
And the site hasn't been prepped yet,
There's minimal site prep.
but it hasn't been done yet.
There are a few things that have been done. Again, I don't know the expertise. But in speaking with Mobile Modular, I know there's like striping or something of that sort that has to take place, that can take place once the modulars are done. And I think planting a few trees.
Wait, so I think we are all probably looking at this same schedule of your construction schedule, and there are a number of tasks before the modulars arrive and then after the modulars. So I think we're trying to determine where are we in this timeline. For instance, site contractor mobilization and erosion control measures installed. We don't know if that was done or not. Utility coordination and temporary utility preparation. We need to be able to check these off.
Yeah, where are you in this?
So it says updated and in progress. Those are the things that they're working on.
They just say scheduled, and they're all past due significantly.
The status side.
Smithson should be able to tell you.
Actually, I think it'd be good if they did forward you that letter, like in real time right now. So.
DOT.
Can you send that to me? And I can send it to the board.
Sure.
So has the town of Tarboro, I guess this letter that's dated June 2nd says that you guys have to respond in writing to all of their questions. Where are you in that process, and have any of these inspections by the health department, the building code, the fire department related to the kitchen, the hood system, the grease trap? Where are we on all these things?
So, I'm sorry, I was trying to send this to Doc. I don't see Dr. Logan there, but I sent it to Dr. Norins. She has a copy of it right now. Please, can you ask me again? I apologize. Sure. I think you were asking about the hood system and all of that.
Well, so, the letter from the town of Tarboro says that they want you guys to respond to all of this individually in writing. And there are several inspections that they call out for the health department, the building department, the fire department. Some related to the kitchen as it relates to the hood, a requirement of a grease trap. If there's not a grease trap, it has to be brought to code. Where do you stand in this back and forth with the town, and have any of these inspections been done?
So we have responded. The architect and the engineering firm has responded to the town. Again, from what I shared with you earlier, they were fine with everything that the architect responded regarding. I know, for example, with the hood grease piece, we won't be using the church. We'll actually be contracting with Edgecombe County Public Schools, who will be delivering the food on site, so we won't have to have any of those items. So we commented with respect to that and share that with the town of Tarboro, and they are totally fine with everything. They have everything that they need.
Can I interject? Like, just to the board, I don't know how much modular. I've done a ton of this work. If they have all the approvals on the county or side, if they have DOT's approval, if they have the funding and the bulldozers are ready to run, they're going to be probably fine. Depending, I'm not looking at the site or anything. I don't know.
Well, we got some site to share with you.
But I think those are the questions. If you don't have those preliminary stuff, then no, you wouldn't be.
Ashley, you want to go ahead and walk through this study that was prepared?
Yeah, this is just so I did go out to the site on Friday to check the status of the construction schedule, and so you can see the observations here and the pictures of the school. I can't see that far, but let me. Essentially, I did not see any evidence of construction or site markings, or I was looking for things on this schedule. So, utility preparation, the erosion control. I don't see it, so I don't really know how to respond other than that the site looks the same as when I went to visit the site in August of last year, I believe. The pictures are with the actual drawing, so you can kind of see where the modulars would be placed, and I am unable to.
That's asphalt?
I am unable to. That's Friday.
And that's asphalt that they're putting in the modular.
Yeah, that's the asphalt. I am, I'm not a construction expert, but I'm unable to see any evidence of it being ready to place a modular. And then we also were going on what the city sent to you all via, I think we shared it via email about what needed to happen. It sounds like maybe you've had an update with the city this morning. So this is what I knew as of Friday.
Is the modular going on the asphalt?
I believe so. The modulars are slated to go on the asphalt, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. And from and I can share our responses back from the comments that the town asked us to reply to. I can share those with you all. I thought someone was on that space, but nonetheless, I can share those responses with you, and it's minimal work. So I'm assuming, in my novice knowledge, that it wouldn't be much that needs to be done. Aside, the only things that I heard were the planting a couple trees and striping. That would be the minimal work that needs to be done.
How do you plan to get water and electric to the building?
So they've been talking with the department with Charborough Utilities, and we have to tap in to do all of that stuff.
Underneath the existing road. Yeah, the town has not approved the site plan. The town says that they are perhaps in the position to maybe later today approve the site plan. There have been no building permits submitted. There's been no building inspector or any from the town out. And they said that could take probably, they couldn't put a timeline on it. Could be later this week, could be next week. No timeline on that. And there's significant concerns about the utility work that has to be done when you're putting in these modulars. That they're not, it's not a site that's modular ready in terms of water and electric being put on there once the modulars are put on. I know that because I just spoke to the I don't know exactly what her title is, the gal who sent us the letter.
Catherine Graham?
Yes, sir.
Do you have anybody here who can speak about this? And I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying, like, I couldn't if I was in your place years ago. Do you have somebody, like a construction person, who can really? I feel like we're not getting the concrete answers, so we're doing the research on our own, and it seems like it's not looking good.
I spoke with I appreciate it. I spoke with Richard Belk, who was definitely available the last time. I can try and call him on the phone. I know he's on vacation, but he said he could be available by phone.
May I ask a question? Who provided this construction schedule?
I met with the project team, and all of the folks had input.
Were you party to this?
I was. Yeah, I was.
You were?
I was
Okay.
on that too. Just trying to learn.
Who's in charge of it?
Say it again.
Who is in charge of this?
Smithson Inc. They're in charge of it.
So there should be a completion date. There should be some way to check it off. And the people coming to us today should be able to go point by point and tell us something is complete and date of completion. But to come and say, I don't know what needs to be done, and I think it's all been done, and it's not going to take much, and all of those gray responses don't address this schedule. And so we really don't have a way to confirm the preparation and your readiness for the site, for the modulars, for the utilities, for anything. When you present this, then this is our document and this is our data, and we need completion dates. So I need to be able to check off these items to know your status, how close you are to being ready. If we can't do that today, I'm not sure where we're out in this gray area.
Who is the engineer that you've been working with?
Richard Belk is the engineer.
He's the architect.
Okay, then I'm sorry. I could tell you. Parker Woolen is his name.
Is he an engineer at the town, or is he a private? Is this with a private engineering firm who's done the work on behalf of the board?
Yes. Okay. And I apologize, y'all. I'm learning. I just like when you all were starting charter schools, this is totally new to me and foreign. So I'm trying to.
Well, it is, and I'm going to go back to what we talked about the last 2 or 3 times you before, and that's okay. Yes. All of us who run schools have been in the position where you're at right now, where I've never done this before, but I've never been in the position where I've never done this before. I don't have a building up, and I'm starting school in a few weeks, and again, it goes back to you've never done this before, but you chose the path of saying we could do this in 1 year.
Yes.
And we had good debate. It is hot in here. We had good debate this morning on this very issue of acceleration, but you don't even have a facility yet.
So may I, Mr. Friend?
Of course.
And I go back to that space. Honestly, when we came into this, we were going to use 1308 West Wilson Street. We were told that it would be easier to go somewhere that already had an ECO. So we started looking at other options, which actually, when we made the request, it put us behind the 8 ball. So now we're behind the 8 ball, and we do recognize that. But we're willing to do whatever we need to do conditionally. I guess my question is, if you all could approve us conditionally that we meet X, Y, and Z spaces for you all to show you maybe at the next Charter School Review Board meeting that we've accomplished these things, and maybe we can bring the engineers in to be able to answer all these questions. I apologize that he's on vacation right now because he would have been here.
I just don't know how families that they're driving by a site it's the parking lot.
And that's
And I'm
to that point,
and I'm-
Mr. Friend, like to have 238 folks who have said, we want our children at BH2 Stream School says a lot, that they know our work. They don't just know us from Family Feud. They know us from actually being able to be powerful educators in the community. And they know that whatever we build is going to be right for their children. And there are a couple of people who came and parents who came today to say, hey, and when we had our town hall meeting, we shared all these things, and they said, please march forward because our children need this opportunity.
Other than the site plan actually now being submitted, which it wasn't when you were here last month and you said that it was.
And that was my fault.
Nothing else is different from than when you were here in early May. I mean, you're doing work behind the scenes, but they haven't put anything onto this site in terms of getting it ready or even getting it ready. All the site preparation work, utilities are not there.
Doesn't that say ongoing, or it's going to be? Yeah, the utilities connections were supposed to be happening June 8th through the 17th.
Well, I just learned that you haven't. That's not even. That timeline's not possible.
Have you ever heard this board speaking to other schools about a delay?
We have.
Was there any thought or consideration about asking for a delay before today?
We did consider that. We talked about it ad nauseum, as a matter of fact. The difficult position we're in is that we've already contracted with Mobile Modular, and we were trying to move forward and get everything in place that we needed to have in place, and it was just.
So that's kind of the precipice of this right now, is that you're in a contract with someone that if this school doesn't get open, you have no way to be able to pay for the mobiles that are not.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Again, we said this last month, and I think we said it back in January or December. I mean, we understand the passion, we understand the need, we understand the commitment, but this work has to be done. This is like we had healthy debate this morning about acceleration, but this is you have to have the building, and you don't. And I sent you 2 emails and asked that very question, May 21st and May 23rd. I asked you the question, if this is not approved, how are you paying for all of this work in the modulars? And I haven't gotten an answer.
I sent a response. It was probably yesterday when you got it, but I did respond on behalf of the board. We talked about it we talked about it at our board meetings.
You did respond. You responded at 9 o'clock last night, and the answer you gave me was basically, yeah, we need your approval so that we can pay for the modulars. Well, that's not being accelerated ready. And if I misspeak, please call me out if I misrepresent any of that.
So again, going back, we just detoured because we heard of some different options, and we were trying to try those options, which did not work. And when we brought them to you all, you said don't move to Rocky Mount, stay where you are. So that's what put us behind the 8 ball.
May I, Ms. Norris, there were several items that were due in May that have not been submitted. Can you review that
I
for
can.
me?
One was actually, there were some of these due in February. They are the unique employer identification number. Their SAMS.gov account number. For the bus documentation, we actually are missing the inspection, certification, and maintenance reports for the buses that they plan to purchase, which is a requirement due during RTO2, which was in February. As you all have heard, I just shared that there were no inspections for their facility yet, which we require fire inspection. And with this, there would definitely need to be a sewer inspection. And that was due May 20th. The certificate of liability insurance is in this packet, but this is the first I've seen it. That was due May 20th. And again, they had the opportunity to resubmit items on June 1st. So that had passed by last Monday. For the lunch vendor contract, we understood that the board was going to contract with Edgecombe County Schools. We did not know that, and on May 20th, we still hadn't had a vendor contract or inspection rating for their food service, and then it was required to re-upload with as a second attempt June 1st, and that passed by. And then they have one EC item, but I think they're receiving more support and just having the Exceptional Children's NC policy and safeguards, which is an easy fix for them. And those are the items that are still pending today. I just pulled this report from Epicenter this morning around 9:30 a.m.
Okay, I want to make a clarifying statement. I did receive additional information. Building permits have been submitted, but they have not been approved. Okay.
That's what I was thinking.
And electric can be provided in a couple of days, but water and sewer lines will need to be tapped, bored, and installed by a private contractor. So there's no water coming to this site at this time.
Mr. Chair, is it appropriate for me to make a motion to vote at this point? Or do you want to hold on that?
Yeah, I think.
Maybe before you do that,
Yes, Gerald.
I think we need to talk to the engineer. Right now, he's a person that's crucial that we don't have any input from. And so my suggestion is contact him and let's hear from him.
Where is he? Can you get him on the line right now?
I can try and call him, sure.
Well, we can take a short pause and see if you can.
Sure.
Does he need to log in?
Dr. Norris, can I ask, when you compare the Epicenter report of what they're missing to the other schools that we were at today, is it a complete outlier, or is everybody kind of missing one or two things?
Nobody's missing anything. No other RTO school came today with missing items. And mind you, they had 2 opportunities to upload all items. And in total, there's 40 due on May 20th, which is, by the way, significantly lower than previous years. But no other school has outstanding items at this time.
And their responsiveness and proactiveness.
They were due by, in Epicenter, the re-uploads were due by June 1st. And every school attempted to complete this by last Wednesday.
But I'm saying, are they proactive? Are they?
Oh, they tell me and they email me when they're going to complete the items. No.
Oh, they're not being proactive.
This school?
Yes.
I heard from them last Wednesday. Okay. But there was a lag in actually completing the items and revisions.
We were texting consistently.
Right. But that started Wednesday.
Let me say something, then whoever wants to make the motion can. I have a lot of empathy for the modular type of work. I mean, I got married on June 12th, and for my whole honeymoon, I was looking to make sure that we got the funding, and we didn't. And then it was July 1st that we broke ground for our modular buildings to do a 6-week period in which we got, our occupancy certificate 2 days before we opened. So I understand how fast the work can be done. When you're doing it on pavement, I think it can be done faster too. He's probably right that there's not much site prep, but you knew this was the issue at hand, and you didn't come in and hit the home run. Like, this isn't like call people and it's like come in, have it, help this board understand that you got this, that you have it, you have everything laid out, you're ready to roll, like you're good. And when you have the Office of Charter Schools saying you're missing a ton of things, when questions can't be answered, when people aren't here to answer with specificity, it makes you lack credibility, even if I think it can be done. And so I think that would be my feedback to you guys.
Were you able to contact the engineer?
I texted him and called him, and he's not been able to.
Yeah, with all due respect to the I think we've heard enough evidence. I think we're ready to. I think it's appropriate that we vote right now. That's my thought, and I'm happy to make a motion if that's appropriate, and if it isn't, I'll hold.
You're welcome to make a motion at any time, because we'll still have discussion amongst ourselves, even if the motion is seconded. So.
Okay. Well, I'd like to make a motion to not move forward with opening BH2 stream at this time. I do not think it's ready to open. So the motion is to not move forward with opening RTO. Excuse me, BH2 stream.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to deny successful exit of RTO. Discussion amongst board members.
Yes, I've been reviewing some of the challenges. Even if they make this work, because of the bus schedule, they're going to try to prevent parents from entering the site because there's no room for parents in the traffic flow because it will be all bus focused. And the letter really references that, saying how will you keep parents out of the line? This could be tricky and not comfortable for your parents. And so now you also have this 2-tiered staggered bell schedule, and then you have students departing at different times, and you've got all this to manage and monitor because it's just not optimum, the site and the situation and the bus situation, which you don't have the buses yet. They say no parents are allowed in the queue, no on-site stacking permitted, things that are just challenges you don't really need, but you're having to deal with because of all the contingencies and adjustments that you've had to make. You also mentioned last time that when your students have an assembly or a joint meeting, whatever, they're going to have to be bused to a different location for that. It's just many things are just a challenge and not an optimal situation for students. It just kind of lends itself to we need better circumstances, a better plan, a more complete plan, and to have readiness there for the students and the families, right? We want to provide them the best, the quality. This is about quality charter schools. So we want parents to be able to drive into the driveway if they need to come to the school, and things that aren't going to happen in this plan as it is right now.
Just to build on Dr. Hare's excellent points, I appreciate the work you're doing. Want you to be successful. I feel like we've given you the benefit of every doubt in this process. You've been before us several times, and I just don't have confidence that you're ready to open. So that's how I'm going to vote as such.
Yeah, thank you for that. I tend to concur. I've said this before. I don't think any of us have ever doubted your passion, your commitment, your sincere desire to serve the community that you're in, and it's a community that needs this option. All of that can be true, and at the same time, it can be true that you're not ready. And by the process that you have to go through to open a school by August 3rd. This motion, if approved, effectively removes you from the RTO process. I wish that we strongly encourage you to consider coming to us requesting a delay. That doesn't mean that request would be approved either, right? But it's better than what the motion is on the table. And there's a time and a need for this school, but the time is not now based upon where you're at in the process. So, I think it was Mr. Gugan that mentioned last month that the goal isn't just to start and open, it's to open strong. And there's just real concerns about the ability to do that.
One comment I'd like to make is if you have a strong team member who has to play a major role in helping you get through this process, you knew or you should have known to have that team member available. So whether vacation or not, it doesn't matter. It is critical that you have that person available. If not, then the results speak for themselves.
I don't know what kind of contract you guys have.
Is the the site work, the mobile units, all that kind of stuff, the passion that you have and the desire of what you want to do in this community, if the numbers that you're reporting are accurate, the students want to be there too, right? So I would strongly consider, depending on how this goes today, that you get whatever needs to get done, almost as if you asked for a delay, and come back next year. Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion from board members? I want to pause too for those that are online, if anyone online wanted to make any comments.
Yeah, this is Shelley Sharp. I just feel like we're hearing the same thing over and over. And I think what worries me as well is they come in and the presentation is hyped up and like we're ready and on fire. And then when it comes to the meat, I don't like feeling like somebody's trying to get one over on us. Like we know we're not ready, but we're going to try to make it sound like we're great and we're ready. I appreciate honesty of, just taking a step back and saying that this is very, if they could pull this off, I would be utterly surprised. And I hate that we're seeing the same things that we saw back when they were in front of us in May.
I know we're picking and choosing words. I don't see it as trying to get one over. I think they're sincere. I just don't think they have their stuff together. That's the way I kind of see it.
This is Linda Lynn, and I agree with what has been said. I cannot support the school moving forward. I don't think there's any much more I can add to what I have heard, and agree with my colleagues.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. The motion again was to deny, but not at this time, unfortunately. The motion was to deny BH2 Stream to successfully exit the Ready to Open process. It was seconded. We've had discussion. So Ashley, so as a reminder, a yes vote or an aye vote is in support of denying them to open. No, sir, we're really not. Through the rules of order, we really cannot. Well, unfortunately, not at this time. We cannot. We follow Robert's Rules of Order, so we're in the Robert's Rules of Order. So we'll just go ahead and do the roll call vote.
Okay. Okay, this is not ready to open. So as a reminder, a yes would be removing them from RTO, and then they could reapply in the later application cycles. Bruce Friend.
Aye.
Rita Hare.
Aye.
Todd Godby.
Aye.
Eric Sanchez.
Aye.
Shelley Shope.
Aye.
John Eldridge.
Aye.
Linda Lynn Kakadelis.
Aye.
Eric Gucan.
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay. The motion passes. We will send you an official letter and appeal information. Not at this point.
No, it's not. Thank you. Okay, Ashley, is there any director's updates or any?
No, Melanie gave you all the information. That's going to be your focus the next couple of months is the charter school evaluations, applications, getting ready for our reconvening in September. And we'll be doing a small presentation at the North Carolina Association's summer conference, like a panel with OCS and CSRB. So if you're going to that conference and interested in joining the panel, I'll be reaching out in the next couple weeks. Okay?
And our next official meeting then is not till September.
September, yep.
Okay. All right, thank you everyone for your contributions, insights, and support of our mission. So hopefully see you at the summer conference. If not, we'll see you in September. I think we're adjourned.